I was never the kind of person who enjoyed taking risks. I liked routines. I liked knowing what was going to happen tomorrow, the next day, the day after that. But there was a part of me, just a small one, that always wondered what would happen if I tried to step out of the usual for once. I was 31 when I decided to take a solo trip up north to a remote cabin in the woods of Idaho. I had rented it online through a listing I found from a private owner. It was cheap, looked quiet, and I wanted to be alone for a while. I just quit my job at the time. I had some savings. I needed space. That's what I kept telling myself. The drive up there took nearly 8 hours. The last 2 hours were the worst. Unpaved dirt roads, no gas stations, no cell service. I remember the way the trees started to feel closer the deeper I drove, like they were slowly closing in. I wasn't scared at first. It was peaceful in a way. I had stocked up on food, water, and everything else I thought I might need. I figured I'd stay for a week, maybe 10 days. I didn't tell many people where I was going, except my cousin. I texted him the coordinates and said I'd check in every couple of days when I got a signal. The cabin itself was small. 1 bedroom, wooden walls that creaked, a simple kitchen, an old refrigerator that made a humming noise, and a fireplace that looked like it hadn't been used in years. There was a generator out back that powered everything. The owner left instructions on how to start it. There was no Wi-Fi, barely any signal, no television. Just books on a dusty shelf and a radio that picked up 1 or 2 static-filled stations. When I first arrived, I unpacked and walked the property. There was a small trail that went into the woods behind the cabin. I didn't go far, just a short walk to stretch my legs. I didn't like the way the woods felt. Too quiet, too still, but I didn't think much of it at the time. I kept telling myself this was the whole point. Peace, silence, time alone. The first night went by quietly. I made pasta on the gas stove, sat in the wooden chair by the front window, and watched the sky turn dark. I went to bed early and woke up late the next morning. I remember how cold the floor felt on my feet and how thin the cabin walls seemed when the wind blew. But I liked it. It was different, away from everything. No emails, no people, just me. The second day, I explored the trail more. I walked about a mile in, saw some old animal tracks, maybe deer, and turned back. I didn't want to get lost. I made a note to always keep the cabin in sight or mark the trees with chalk if I ever went farther. That afternoon, I read a book and napped. I was starting to relax, starting to enjoy the quiet. It was the third night when something felt off. It started with a noise, a small tapping sound like a stick hitting the window. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard it. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up and listened. The room was dark except for the faint orange glow from the fireplace. I thought maybe it was a tree branch or maybe the wind. I didn't get up. I pulled the blanket over my shoulder and went back to sleep. The next morning, I went outside to check the window by the bedroom. There were no branches nearby, nothing that could have caused the tapping. Just dirt, a few rocks, and the wall of trees a few yards away. I stared for a while, then shook it off. I didn't want to start imagining things. I went back inside and made breakfast. Later that day, while I was chopping wood behind the cabin, I had the feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't just paranoia. It was like something heavy was pressing on the back of my neck. I looked around. Nothing. Trees. Silence. No birds, no movement. I left the axe by the stump and went back inside. I didn't sleep well that night. Every little creak in the cabin made me flinch. The wind had picked up, and the trees outside rustled like someone walking through dry leaves. I kept the light on in the hallway. At some point, I got up and locked the front door again, even though I'd already done it before bed. I double-checked the windows, all locked. I turned the lights off and got back in bed. That's when I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. But this time it was at the front window. I froze. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. The window was just 10 feet from where I was lying. I waited. The sound came again. Soft, slow tapping. Not like wind or branches. It sounded intentional. I finally got out of bed, grabbed the flashlight, and crept into the front room. I didn't turn on the lights. I didn't want whoever or whatever was outside to know I was up. I stood behind the door, heart pounding, and waited. Nothing. Silence. I waited another 5 minutes, then finally turned on the porch light. I opened the door slowly and looked around. Nothing. Just darkness and trees and wind. I stepped outside and swept the flashlight across the clearing. No movement. I walked over to the window. There were 3 smudges on the glass, like fingerprints, but too big for a child, too wide apart. I touched one, still fresh. I went back inside, locked the door, and didn't sleep the rest of the night. By morning, I was on edge. I checked the generator, looked around the entire cabin. Nothing seemed out of place. I thought about leaving early. I even packed some of my stuff, but I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe someone was hiking nearby and got curious. I didn't want to panic. But then I noticed something strange. On the kitchen table, beside the pack of matches I'd been using to light the stove, there was a folded piece of paper. I hadn't seen it before. I was sure I hadn't put it there. It was blank. Just an old, yellowed piece of paper, folded neatly. I checked the doors again. Still locked. Windows shut. I stood there for a long time just staring at it. I didn't know what to do. I left it on the table and didn't touch it. That evening, I brought the axe inside and leaned it against the wall near my bed. I kept the flashlight next to me. I didn't eat dinner. I didn't read. I just sat in the chair, staring at the windows. The sun went down. The trees turned black. I turned off all the lights and waited. No tapping that night. But just before sunrise, I heard something else. Footsteps. On the porch. Slow. Heavy. I sat up and grabbed the flashlight. I aimed it at the door but didn't turn it on. The steps moved from the porch to the side of the cabin. Then silence. I waited another hour before stepping outside. I looked at the dirt near the porch. There were boot prints. Big ones. Not mine. That was it. I made up my mind. I was leaving. I didn't care about the rest of the food or the money I'd paid for the week. I packed everything, shoved it in the car, and went to start it. Nothing. The engine didn't turn. I tried again. Dead. I lifted the hood and stared at the engine like I had any idea what I was doing. Everything looked fine. I checked the battery, terminals were clean. But when I tried again, it made a click, then stopped. I felt sick. That kind of tight, crawling feeling in my stomach. Like something bad was about to happen and I couldn't stop it. I went back inside and checked the satellite phone I'd brought. No signal. I tried the emergency call button. No response. I tried the little radio I'd found on the bookshelf. Nothing but static. By late afternoon, I started planning. I looked at the map I'd brought and figured out the nearest ranger station was about 12 miles away. If I started early the next morning, I could make it by evening if I stuck to the road. I filled a backpack with water, snacks, and the flare gun I'd brought just in case. I didn't want to spend another night in the cabin, but I didn't have a choice. That night, everything was quiet. Too quiet. I kept every light on. I sat with the axe in my lap and waited. At around midnight, the generator died. The lights went out. The hum stopped. Silence took over. I sat there in the dark, my heart pounding, ears straining for any sound. And then I heard it. Not tapping, not footsteps, breathing, right outside the window. I didn't move. I didn't shine the flashlight. I didn't want to know who or what was out there. I just sat there, frozen. After a few minutes, the breathing stopped. I waited another hour before I even dared to move. I stayed awake until morning. When the sun finally came up, I stepped outside. More footprints, circling the cabin. Deep ones. Someone had walked around the cabin over and over during the night. I didn't even look back. I grabbed my bag and left. I followed the road for miles. The trees didn't feel peaceful anymore. Every rustle made me jump. I kept thinking I heard someone behind me. I didn't stop to rest. I didn't eat. I just kept walking. 9 hours later, I reached the ranger station. They called a tow truck to get my car. When they went back to the cabin with me, the generator had been tampered with. Wires cut. The radio had been smashed. The tires on my car had been slit. Inside the cabin, nothing was missing, but someone had written something on the mirror in the bathroom. "You shouldn't have stayed." They never found out who it was. The owner of the cabin claimed he hadn't rented it. I decided to spend 2 weeks alone in a small cabin in northern Montana, deep in the woods, just to get away from everything. No phone service, no internet, no traffic, no people. Just me, a few books, a couple notebooks, my hunting rifle, some food, and whatever peace I could find in total isolation. I had stocked up on firewood, canned goods, dry food, and brought along a gas heater and backup generator just in case. The cabin belonged to an old friend of mine who had let me use it freely, as long as I didn't trash it. It was late January when I got there. The whole area was covered in thick snow, and the trees were heavy with it. The drive had been long and quiet, and the last stretch was just a rough, snow-covered trail. I parked the truck as close as I could to the cabin, about 100 yards down the slope because the snow was too deep. I had to carry everything the rest of the way by foot, which took a while, especially in that cold air. The cabin was old but solid, 1 bedroom, a small kitchen, a living space with a wood stove, and a shed about 20 feet out back for firewood and storage. The first couple days were calm. I read a lot, ate well, chopped firewood, and took short walks along the nearby trail. At night, I'd drink hot tea and sit by the fire. I didn't use the generator unless I needed something specific, like to boil water quickly or charge the flashlight. Most nights I sat with a headlamp and a book or just stared into the fire. I didn't miss the outside world one bit. But on the 4th morning, something felt off. I had gone outside to relieve myself behind the cabin and noticed fresh footprints in the snow going from the tree line straight to the shed. The thing was, I hadn't gone near the shed since the 2nd day, and it had snowed lightly the night before. That meant the prints were fresh. They weren't mine. I stared at them for a while, trying to make sense of it. They weren't boot prints like mine. These were smaller. The pattern looked like some kind of hiking shoes. The steps weren't spaced very far apart, and they had an odd pattern, like the person walked with a slight limp or dragged one foot a little. They led directly to the shed, then stopped. I slowly walked to the shed. The lock on the front latch was still in place, and everything looked normal. I opened it just to be sure. Nothing seemed touched. There was a small pile of split wood, an axe, a few tools, a folding chair, and some plastic tubs of old supplies. No signs of anyone inside. I stood there, breathing out steam, staring into the empty woods. I didn't hear anything, just the wind moving through the branches and the occasional creaking from snow falling off trees. No animal would leave footprints like that, not with a human-like tread. I told myself maybe a hunter or lost hiker passed through, curious about the shed. I tried to ignore the crawling feeling in my neck. That evening, I double-checked the doors and windows. The cabin had a strong deadbolt on the front door and a simple lock on the back. The windows had metal latches. Everything was shut tight. The next day, I didn't go far. I stayed close, kept the rifle within reach, and checked around the cabin a few times. No new prints. The snow was untouched. But the day after that, I woke up just before dawn to take a leak again and noticed something even more disturbing. More footprints, the same ones, same pattern. This time they came from the opposite direction, behind the cabin, and again led to the shed. But something new caught my eye. There were small scuff marks under one of the cabin windows, like someone had crouched there or maybe tried to peek in. The glass wasn't broken, and the latch was still locked from the inside, but the snow beneath it was disturbed. Whoever it was, they had come close. I stood there, barely breathing, scanning the trees, the pale light of the morning slowly growing behind the ridge. Again, there were no sounds, no birds, no movement. I followed the tracks a few yards into the woods, trying to see where they had come from. But about 40 feet in, they disappeared behind a thicket where the snow had blown around too much. I couldn't tell where they led. I spent that day on edge. I didn't light the fire until evening so the smoke wouldn't attract attention. I skipped lunch. I carried the rifle everywhere, even inside the cabin. I put a pot on the front door handle to fall if it opened. I set some broken sticks right under the back door, so I'd hear them if anyone stepped on them. It felt ridiculous, but I had no idea who was creeping around. I didn't see any vehicles nearby when I came in. The road was too snowed in for just anyone to drive through. Whoever it was had to be on foot or living nearby. That night, I barely slept. I kept the light off and sat in the dark with the gun across my lap. Every small sound outside made my skin crawl. The wind tapping the branches against the roof sounded like someone climbing. I thought I heard movement once or twice, maybe snow crunching underfoot, but I couldn't be sure. When daylight came, I rushed outside. Sure enough, more tracks. This time, they circled the cabin. They had come all the way around, stopped at the back door, stopped at the window near the kitchen, then returned to the trees. Still no sign of anyone. I felt sick. I thought about leaving. I even packed my bag. But the road was half buried and icy. Getting the truck out wouldn't be easy, especially alone. I told myself maybe it was over. Maybe it was just someone passing through and they'd moved on. I told myself a lot of things to feel better. But that night, something changed. I was trying to sleep around midnight, listening carefully for any sounds, when I heard something soft, like a small knock, just one on the back wall. Not the door, the wall. I froze. It wasn't the stove or the wind. It was something deliberate. Then silence. I waited, ears straining, heart pounding. Nothing more. I finally crept out of bed and peeked through the curtain. I couldn't see anything, just darkness and snow. I didn't turn on the flashlight. I didn't want to give away my position. At some point, I dozed off sitting in the chair. When I woke up, it was still dark, but I noticed something on the floor, mud, just a little bit near the back door. My stomach twisted. I checked the lock, still shut. The windows were still latched, but there was mud on the floor, wet and half frozen with a small smear like someone had slipped. That was enough. At first light, I grabbed my pack, my gun, my keys, and everything important and made my way to the truck. It took 3 trips through the snow. I didn't care. I didn't stop. I didn't eat breakfast. I didn't even check the shed. I got the truck started after 2 tries, engine groaning from the cold. I reversed carefully down the slope until I could find the main road again, then drove until I found signal. It took nearly an hour. I called the sheriff's office and explained everything, calmly, just the facts. They said they'd send someone to check the cabin. I waited in the next town for 3 hours. When they called back, they confirmed something that made my skin crawl all over again. They found a small camp about 300 yards behind the cabin, hidden in the trees and under a camo tarp. Someone had been living out there. There was a sleeping bag, some old clothes, food wrappers, even a small fire pit. No ID, no signs of who it was. Just scraps and signs that someone had been watching the cabin for a while. They'd cleared out by the time deputies arrived. Whoever it was had likely been there the whole time I was, maybe even before. The sheriff guessed it might have been a squatter, someone hiding out from the law, or maybe just a drifter. Nothing illegal had happened technically, so there wasn't much they could do. I didn't go back. I mailed my friend the cabin key and told him everything. He said he'd sell the place. Even now, months later, I still think about it. About how close they were. About the footprints. About the mud inside. About that soft knock in the dark. How long had they been watching me? What did they want? Why didn't they just break in? I guess I'll never know. But what scares me most is how quiet it all was. How someone can be that close, that hidden, and you might never know until it's too late. I didn't go up there to be scared. That was never the point. I had rented the place for a full month to get away from everything. Work, people, traffic, city noise, and all the small, invisible things that kept adding up in my chest like weight I couldn't drop. I wasn't running from anything dramatic. There was no big meltdown, no recent heartbreak. Just a lot of silence that never felt quiet. I needed actual quiet. The kind where you could hear wind through leaves and not engines or sirens or neighbors' TVs. The cabin I picked wasn't luxurious. It was basic. A small, one-room structure with a tiny kitchen on the side and a bed under a sloped roof that creaked with every gust of wind. There was a stove, a sink, and one wooden chair. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal. The nearest town was over 45 minutes down a twisting gravel road that disappeared into thick trees the second you took a turn off the highway. I liked that. I didn't even tell anyone exactly where I was going, just that I'd be out in the woods for a while. No one asked for more details. That's how I knew I needed this. The first few days were perfect. I slept more than I had in years. I went for slow walks in the trees. I cooked simple food, eggs, rice, potatoes. I read the same paperback twice because I'd forgotten how different a book feels when you're not distracted every 5 minutes. I didn't miss my phone. I didn't miss people. I even liked how it got dark early up there. Around 6:30, the light vanished behind the tree line, and by 7 the windows were black mirrors. That kind of darkness forces you to sleep. By the 5th day, I had gotten into a rhythm. Wake up early, stretch, drink black coffee while sitting on the little wooden steps at the front of the cabin. Then I'd walk a bit, eat something simple, and maybe chop a little wood even though the stove didn't need much. It wasn't cold. This was early autumn. But the air had that dry, clean edge that made you feel like it could snow any day. The leaves were halfway turned already. Yellow, orange, and scattered red. The silence started to feel a little different on the 6th day. It wasn't louder. It wasn't broken. But it had weight now. At night, I started noticing how much space there really was between the cabin and the trees. There were no other houses near me. No cabins. No trailers. Nothing. Just a long stretch of empty woods that you couldn't see through even during the day, because the pines were thick and the ground was full of underbrush. That night, I heard something walking behind the cabin. It wasn't loud, just a few faint steps on dry leaves. Slow, uneven. I stayed still in bed, holding my breath for what felt like a long time, and eventually it stopped. I told myself it was probably a deer or maybe a fox. There were no bears in that region, not really. Maybe further up north, but not here. I didn't even have food outside, so it wouldn't be sniffing around for trash. I eventually fell asleep. The next morning, I found a long scratch on the outside wall near the back window. Not a claw mark, nothing like that. It looked more like someone had dragged a stick or a key across the wood, about shoulder height. Not deep, just enough to leave a mark. I stared at it for a while and ran my hand across it. I couldn't explain it. It didn't feel like wind damage. It wasn't old, and it definitely wasn't there when I arrived. I would have noticed. I told myself maybe a branch had scraped the wall, maybe in a gust of wind, but it hadn't been windy the night before. I spent the day trying to forget it. I walked deeper into the woods than usual, trying to get my head back into that calm space from before. But I kept looking back every few minutes. The woods felt different. Still empty, still silent, but less peaceful now. Like someone had walked the same path before me and wasn't far ahead. I saw no tracks, no broken branches, nothing. Still, I felt watched the whole time. That night, I locked the door. I hadn't locked it before. I never thought I needed to. The place felt isolated, safe. Now it didn't. I pushed the little wood table in front of the door too, even though I knew it wouldn't stop anything. It just made me feel better. I shut the curtains, something else I hadn't bothered doing the first few nights. The dark outside the windows now felt thick. Not just black, but deep. I didn't sleep well. Around midnight, I heard something again. This time it was clearer. A step, then a pause. Then another step. Closer. Leaves crunching slowly. Deliberately. I didn't move. I stayed completely still in bed, listening. The steps stopped right outside the wall behind my bed, just a few feet away. Then I heard nothing for maybe 10 minutes. Then one long scrape across the outside wall, just like before. The sound was careful. Not angry. Not rushed. Like someone taking their time. I didn't sleep after that. I lay awake until morning, and when light finally came, I went outside and found a second scratch, almost parallel to the first, just a little lower. Same angle, same pressure. Like it was deliberate. I walked around the cabin carefully, checking for anything else, but there were no tracks. The ground was covered in pine needles and dry leaves, so footprints didn't really show unless the person was heavy or running. Still, I saw nothing. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe I was, but I didn't walk that day. I stayed near the cabin. I sat with my back to the wall most of the time so I could see everything in front of me. I listened more than I moved. The wind came and went. The trees made the same noises they always had, but it all sounded sharper, like the forest had teeth now. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat up with the lights off, staring at the windows. I had a flashlight in one hand and the dull hatchet I'd used to chop firewood in the other. I knew it wouldn't do much, but it felt better than sitting there with nothing. The cabin was completely still. Too still. I waited. At 2:47 a.m., I heard the door handle move. It didn't rattle violently, turned slowly like someone testing it. When it didn't open, the handle stopped moving. Then came silence. No footsteps, no scraping, just quiet for maybe an hour. Then I heard a soft tap on the window to the left of the door. A single, light tap, like someone pressing a finger against the glass. Then nothing. I stayed sitting until the sky started to lighten. When it was finally day, I went outside again. I checked everything. The handle had a smear on it, like a fingerprint dragged in dirt or grease. The window had a smudge too. No prints, just a small circular mark. I started thinking maybe it was a joke. Maybe someone knew I was staying here and wanted to scare me. But who? No one even knew the exact location. I hadn't told anyone. Not one person. I had made sure of that. I walked a little way into the woods that day. Not far, just enough to see if there were any signs of someone camping nearby. I didn't find tents or signs of fire or litter, but I did find something that made me stop cold. About 50 yards into the trees, I found a small pile of rocks, 6 of them, stacked carefully on top of each other, right in the center of a clearing. It wasn't natural. The rocks were all about the same size, shaped to sit neatly. It was the kind of thing someone makes when they're trying to leave a message or a mark. It didn't feel old. The leaves around it were disturbed, like someone had been walking in circles recently. I stared at it for a long time, then backed away. That night, I didn't turn the lights on. I sat in the dark with the hatchet again. I didn't sleep. At 3:12 a.m., I heard the footsteps again, this time on the roof. Slow steps, one at a time, crossing from one side to the other. Then nothing. I left the next morning. I didn't even pack everything. I stuffed my clothes into a bag and drove down the gravel road without looking back. When I hit the highway, I kept driving. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest gas station almost 2 hours later. I filled up the tank, sat in the car, and just breathed for 10 minutes straight. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't call the owner. I didn't leave a review. I didn't go back to get the rest of my stuff. 2 weeks later, I opened my laptop to clear my browser and saw the cached map I had looked at before the trip. It had a red dot marking the cabin's location. I don't remember marking it. Next to the dot, someone had typed a note. It just said, "Don't come back, ever." I was never the kind of person who liked crowds. I always preferred being alone, especially when it came to vacations or holidays. Most people thought I was weird for that. I didn't care. I liked the quiet. I liked hearing my own thoughts. It was the only time I didn't feel like I had to act or speak just to fill space. That's why I decided to rent a small cabin in the northern woods for 2 weeks at the end of October. I didn't want company. I didn't want noise. I didn't even want a phone signal. I just wanted to be far from everything and everyone. The cabin was about a 4-hour drive from the nearest city. The last hour of the drive was down a dirt road full of potholes and uneven gravel. I remember slowing down a lot because I didn't want to mess up my suspension, and the trees started to get thicker on both sides. It felt like I was entering a tunnel made of woods. Once I saw the small wooden sign with the number 47 nailed to a tree, I knew I was in the right place. The cabin itself was simple, just one story with a slanted tin roof, dark brown wood walls, and a small porch out front with a broken wooden chair leaning to one side. There was a fire pit about 20 feet away from the porch and a small woodshed behind the cabin. It was surrounded by thick forest on all sides, and the only clearing was the patch where the cabin stood. No neighbors, no fences, just trees. Inside, it was even simpler. There was one bedroom with a small bed pushed against the wall, a wood stove, a bathroom with cold water only, and a small kitchen with a propane stove and a sink that worked only if you turned on the generator. The owner told me in the email that the generator would only power a few things at once, so I had to be careful with it. I brought plenty of food that didn't need to be refrigerated and a few gallons of drinking water just to be safe. The The first few days were exactly what I wanted: quiet, slow, and still. I spent most of my time sitting on the porch, walking through the trees, or reading books inside by the small window while the rain tapped lightly on the tin roof. I didn't check my phone once. There wasn't even a bar of signal out there. I had to drive almost an hour back toward the main road just to get a text to go through. On the fourth day, I was sitting on the porch in the morning with a blanket wrapped around me, holding a cup of coffee in my hands. It was cold, not freezing, but the kind of cold that made your fingertips sting if you held something metal. The leaves were falling more now. The whole clearing around the cabin was covered in them. I liked watching them fall. I was just staring at them and sipping coffee when I saw something move in the woods. It was quick, just a flash of color between the trees, but it was enough to snap me out of my thoughts. I looked hard into the woods and saw nothing at first. Then I saw it again: orange. Bright orange. Not a color you usually see in the woods unless it's a hunting vest or jacket. And that's what it looked like. A man in a bright orange jacket, standing still between two trees, not moving. At first, I thought maybe it was a hunter. It made sense. October is hunting season, and people came to these woods for that all the time. But he wasn't holding a rifle, or at least I didn't see one. He was too far for me to make out his face. He didn't move, just stood there, facing me. I squinted at him for a while, trying to figure out what he was doing. Then I stood up, and he turned and walked deeper into the trees. That should have been the end of it. I told myself it was probably a hunter who didn't realize someone had rented the cabin. Maybe he thought it was abandoned. Maybe he was just passing through. But that image stuck with me. How still he was, how long he stood there, like he was watching. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I kept waking up and looking at the window. It wasn't because I was scared exactly. It was just a strange feeling, like something was off, like I was being observed. But every time I looked out, I saw nothing but trees. The next morning, I decided to take a walk in the direction where I saw him. I wore my thick boots, jacket, gloves, and took a small flashlight and a thermos of hot tea. I walked into the woods, keeping my steps quiet, not because I was afraid, but because the quietness felt natural. Any loud sound felt wrong. I followed the general direction, stepping over fallen branches and leaves, watching for any sign of someone. After about 20 minutes, I found boot prints. Big ones, not mine. The heel was worn down on one side, and they pointed the way he had walked. I followed them a little further and found something else. An old deer blind, partially collapsed and leaning against a tree. I walked around it and saw that someone had been there recently. There were fresh cigarette butts on the ground, a crushed energy drink can, and a blanket rolled up against the inside wall. It looked like someone had been sleeping there. I didn't know what to make of that. Why would someone sleep out here this close to a rental cabin? There were motels and campgrounds 30 miles from here. Even if he was a hunter, this wasn't a legal hunting ground anymore. There were no posted signs, but the land was privately owned. I didn't see any gear either, no food, no weapon, just that rolled up blanket and trash. I backed out slowly and walked back to the cabin, checking over my shoulder more than usual. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. I just didn't like that someone had been this close. The next 2 days were quiet again. I didn't see him. No signs, no noises. I tried to convince myself that it didn't matter. Maybe he had moved on. Maybe it wasn't what I thought. But then, on the 7th night, I heard footsteps outside. It was around 2 a.m. I wasn't sleeping well that night, just tossing and turning in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the occasional sound of wind through the trees. Then I heard it, slow, steady steps on the leaves just outside the bedroom window. Not an animal. Animals rustle. They move quick or pause. This was steady, like a person, like they were trying to be quiet but didn't care if they were heard. I didn't move. I just lay there holding my breath, listening. The steps stopped, and then I heard a slight creak, like someone stepping onto the porch. Then silence. I waited. Nothing. I stayed awake for hours, frozen in place, eyes on the door. In the morning, I checked the porch. There were boot prints, the same ones I saw near the deer blind, the heel worn down on one side. They had stepped up onto the porch, turned, and walked back toward the trees. I followed them just a few feet into the woods, and they disappeared into the fallen leaves. That was when I started to feel trapped. Not scared the way you get when something jumps at you, but deep fear, the kind that settles in your stomach and doesn't go away. I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to drive back early, but I also didn't want to stay alone with whatever this was. So I made a plan. I spent the rest of the day cleaning the cabin, making sure everything was ready in case I had to leave fast. I filled up the gas tank in my truck. I double-checked the generator and packed a few essentials in a bag. I kept it by the door. That night, I stayed awake with the lights off. I sat in the dark by the window with a flashlight in one hand and a hunting knife in the other. I wasn't planning to fight anyone. I just wanted to be ready. Hours passed. The moon was high. Then I heard it again, those same slow steps. This time, they circled the cabin. I didn't move. I just listened. They stopped by the porch. Then I heard the softest sound, metal tapping lightly against wood. Then silence. When the sun came up, I finally opened the door. I stepped onto the porch slowly. There, on the railing, was something I didn't expect. A small piece of string tied in a tight knot, with a rusted nail threaded through it. I had no idea what it meant, but it didn't feel random. That was it. I decided to leave. I packed everything in less than 20 minutes, threw my bags in the truck, and drove out of there without looking back. I made it to the nearest gas station and called the cabin owner. I told him I had to leave early. I didn't give him a reason. I didn't want to sound paranoid. That night, I stayed in a motel near the highway. Couldn't sleep. Every time a car passed outside, I flinched. Every knock on a door made my skin crawl. When I finally got home, I unpacked slowly. I tried to return to normal, but I kept thinking about that man. Why was he there? What did he want? Why didn't he try to talk? Why the nail and string? A few weeks later, I was scrolling through local news and saw a small article. A body had been found in the woods near a hunting blind about 50 miles north of where I stayed. They said the man was likely homeless, had been living in the woods for months. No ID, just a rolled-up blanket and some trash. They didn't say how he died. The article had one photo, a blurry image taken by a trail cam someone had set up on their property. It showed a man in an orange jacket, standing still in the trees, looking directly at the camera. I never went back to that cabin. I never will. Now, when I go on trips, I stay near people. I stay near lights. I don't care if it's loud. I don't care if it's crowded. Because I know what it feels like when someone watches you from the dark and waits without saying a word. And I never want to feel that again. I never used to be the kind of person who enjoyed being alone in the woods. I liked people. I liked city noise, coffee shops, cars passing on the street, the sound of neighbors slamming their doors too hard. But a few months ago, that all changed. I went through a divorce that broke something deep inside me. It wasn't just about losing her. It was the way it ended, slow, quiet, and cold. We didn't scream. We didn't even cry. She just stopped talking, and eventually, I stopped trying. When she moved out, she didn't take everything. She left behind quiet reminders that she had once loved me. I couldn't stay in that apartment anymore. That's when I found the cabin. It wasn't mine. It belonged to my uncle who passed away about 5 years ago. Nobody had touched the place since. I remembered it being a place we went to once when I was a kid. I found the key in a jar of bolts in my dad's garage. Nobody else even remembered the cabin existed. So I packed up my stuff, mostly clothes, my toolbox, a sleeping bag, a couple flashlights, canned food, batteries, 2 knives, a hatchet, and my old Remington 870 that I hadn't used in years, and I drove 6 hours north to northern Michigan. The cabin sat deep in the woods, a few miles off the last paved road. No GPS signal, no neighbors, no cell coverage. You had to take an overgrown dirt path for at least 15 minutes just to get close. I had to park the truck and hike the last quarter mile. The moment I stepped through the old wooden door, it felt like I had stepped into another time. It smelled like dry pine, damp earth, and something else I couldn't place. The place looked exactly like my uncle left it. Old coats still hanging by the door, old boots by the fireplace, canned goods rusting in the pantry. The first few days were quiet. That was what I wanted. I fixed the wood stove, cleared out dead leaves from the porch, swept mouse droppings from the floor, and took a few long walks in the woods. The stillness was new to me, but it felt right. No one knew I was here. No one expected me to talk. The only sound was the wind pushing through the trees and the occasional snapping branch from a deer wandering nearby. After a week, I stopped looking at my phone. I stopped wondering what time it was. I stopped shaving, stopped checking the mirror, and even forgot what day it was. I ate from the same tin bowl every day. I read from the same paperback I found under the mattress. I chopped wood, kept the stove going, and started sleeping through the night. I finally started feeling like I belonged there, but on the 12th night, something changed. I woke up at around 3 in the morning, not because I heard something loud, but because I didn't hear anything at all. The silence was unnatural, not even the wind, not a single sound. I lay there in my sleeping bag on the floor, staring at the ceiling, listening to nothing. Then came the softest noise I had ever heard. A long, slow creak, like old wood bending under a shift of weight. It came from the back of the cabin, near the small kitchen. I didn't move. I waited, holding my breath. Another creak, this time closer. The floorboards in that cabin were old and loud. You couldn't move without them complaining under you. I knew those sounds, but I was the only one there. I slid out of the sleeping bag slowly and picked up the hatchet I kept near the stove. I didn't turn on any lights. The moonlight through the windows gave me just enough to see shapes. I stepped quietly, slow, towards the kitchen, barefoot. Every plank I stepped on betrayed me with a creak. But the noise that had woken me, it had stopped. I checked the back door, still locked. Checked the windows, still latched. I opened the small pantry, thinking maybe a raccoon somehow got in through a vent. Nothing. I stood there in the kitchen for at least 10 minutes, not moving, listening. There was nothing else. No creaks, no scurrying, no breathing, just cold stillness. I went back to bed and kept the hatchet beside me. I didn't fall asleep until it was light out. The next morning, I found the boot prints. They weren't mine. Near the back door, pressed into the layer of dust, were the very clear, sharp outlines of 2 boots, larger than mine, leading toward the pantry, but none leading away. I cleaned that floor myself 3 days earlier. I would have noticed those. I checked every wall, every inch of the ceiling, every crawl space, every vent opening. The cabin wasn't big, but I still went over it inch by inch. Nothing. No signs of forced entry. No fresh damage. Nothing to explain the prints. That day, I built a barricade inside the cabin. I stacked chairs, boxes, anything heavy I could find in front of the windows and both doors. I even nailed the pantry shut. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I barely slept that night, dozing off and waking up every 15 minutes, listening for anything. There was no noise until the 3rd night. That was the night I opened the freezer. The freezer was an old standalone one of those chest types that sits next to the fridge. I hadn't opened it since arriving because the power was off, and I assumed anything inside would be spoiled. But something smelled off that morning. It wasn't rot or mildew. It was stronger, like a mix between rust and something burnt. I traced it to the freezer. When I opened the lid, I nearly dropped it. Inside, there was meat, or at least I thought it was meat. Frozen solid, large chunks of dark red flesh, some still clinging to bone. It didn't look like anything I recognized. Not beef, not pork. Some of it was gray. There was even a frozen shoe at the bottom, a brown leather boot. It didn't look old. I slammed it shut and ran outside. I threw up in the snow. I felt lightheaded. My body went numb with cold and fear. When I went back in, I didn't open the freezer again. I packed my things, stuffed what I could into my backpack, grabbed my shotgun, and left. I didn't even lock the place up, but the path was gone. The trail I used to get in, faint as it was now completely covered. No tire tracks from where I parked the truck. No footprints from the hike in. Everything was covered in a thick layer of untouched snow, deeper than I remembered. I walked in the direction I thought the road was for hours, but the trees never cleared. Every direction looked the same. I couldn't tell if I was walking in circles. Eventually, I gave up. My legs were shaking, my lips were cracked, and my fingers had gone numb. I returned to the cabin. I didn't have a choice. That night, I made sure the shotgun was loaded. I moved the dresser in front of the door. I lit every candle I could find and didn't even blink for hours. The wind howled that night. A tree branch slammed against the roof every few minutes. I didn't sleep, and in the morning, the freezer was open. I know I closed it. I know I slammed it shut, but there it was, wide open, and the meat was gone. I didn't understand. Nothing made sense anymore, but I knew this wasn't just paranoia or fear. Someone was coming into the cabin. Someone who could get in without breaking anything. Someone who had meat in that freezer and came back for it. I stayed another 5 nights. I tried to leave twice more, but the forest seemed to trap me. No matter what direction I took, I would either circle back or end up deeper. My food was running low. I stopped lighting candles at night. I didn't want to be seen. The only thing I kept on me at all times was the shotgun. I barely slept. On the 6th night after finding the freezer open, I saw him. It was around 2 a.m. I was sitting in the corner of the room, knees to my chest, shivering. The moonlight outside cast long shadows through the boarded-up windows. I looked up once and saw movement. Slow, deliberate. A figure maybe 20 feet from the cabin, just beyond the tree line. He was standing still, facing the cabin. No flashlight, no sound. Just a man in dark clothes, still as a statue. I didn't move. I stared at him for almost an hour. He didn't walk away. He didn't come closer. But when I blinked the next time, he was gone. That was the last straw. I made a plan. I waited until daylight and packed only what I needed. My gun, my knife, a lighter, 2 water bottles, and an energy bar. I took a compass I found in the drawer and started walking west. I didn't care how deep the snow was. I walked in one straight direction. I didn't stop. I walked through the night. I ignored the pain in my feet, the frozen blood on my socks, the cracked skin on my hands. By the 2nd morning, I stumbled onto a Forest Service road, collapsed there. A snowplow driver found me hours later. They took me to a hospital 3 towns south. I was frostbitten, dehydrated, and half-starved. The doctors said I was lucky to be alive. When the police asked where I'd come from, I told them about the cabin. I gave them the name of the road, the directions, everything. They checked. They said there was no cabin there, just trees. No records of ownership, no path, no old building. They didn't believe me, but I know what I saw. I know what I lived through. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend. I had been waiting for it for months. Work had been rough. Long days behind a desk, too many deadlines, too many calls. I just wanted to get away from everything. The plan was simple. Drive up to a small cabin I had rented online, spend 3 nights alone with nothing but the lake, the woods, and some fishing gear. No phone, no emails, no people. I didn't even tell many folks I was going. The cabin was about a 4-hour drive from where I lived, tucked away near the edge of a forested area in the northern part of the state. It was remote, no nearby towns, just a narrow gravel road leading off the highway and winding into the trees. I had found it on a listing website that rented out old properties. Places with character, solitude, and no luxury. That was exactly what I wanted. I left early on a Friday morning. The drive was smooth for the most part. The last stretch was a bit rough. Potholed roads, no signs, barely enough clearance for my car at some points. I had to stop twice just to check that I was still going the right way. I didn't see another vehicle after I left the main road. Not even a parked one. It was already quiet out there. The cabin was older than I expected, but still sturdy. It sat in a clearing with tall trees on all sides and a small lake just 50 feet away. The trees were dense, tall pines mostly, and the lake water looked clean and still. There was a small dock at the edge and a shed near the side of the cabin. The whole place looked like it hadn't been used in a while, but everything was dry and locked up, and I had been given the code to the lockbox that held the keys. Inside, the cabin was small. A single main room with a bed in the corner, a wood-burning stove, an old fridge that ran on propane, a little kitchen area, and a bathroom that I was surprised to find actually had running water from a nearby well. No power lines, but there was a generator in the shed and some fuel. I didn't plan to use much electricity anyway. The first day went just how I wanted. I unpacked my gear, stacked my food in the old fridge, then set up my fishing rod and went down to the lake. I sat out there for hours. The silence was the best part. I couldn't hear cars or people or anything man-made, just the breeze and the soft splash of water. I caught 2 medium-sized trout and cooked one of them on a small pan back at the cabin. It was quiet, peaceful, and simple. I felt like I could finally breathe. That night, I read for a bit by lantern light and then went to sleep early. I woke up once in the night because of a loud cracking noise outside, but I figured it was just a branch falling. The trees were thick and close together, and some of them looked half dead. It didn't bother me much. The second day, Saturday, was mostly the same. I fished in the morning, then walked along a short trail I found on the east side of the cabin. It didn't go far, maybe a half mile, but it led deeper into the woods where the trees were older and closer together. I took a small backpack with me, some water and a snack, and walked for about an hour before heading back. Still no other people, no noises, just the forest and me. But something changed in the afternoon. Around 3 p.m., while I was sitting by the water, I heard a low rumble coming from the distance. It didn't sound like thunder. It sounded like machinery, maybe a vehicle, but it was faint. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe it was a plane, but it kept coming and going, like it was moving around slowly somewhere far off. I stood up and listened hard, trying to figure out the direction, but it faded before I could place it. I shrugged it off, but then I heard it again a little later. This time it was a little louder. I went around the side of the cabin and stood still for a while. I didn't see anything, just the trees, no movement. But the sound came again, a little burst of it like a chainsaw or something similar. Then it stopped. Then silence again. That's when I noticed something else. Birds had stopped chirping. I hadn't realized how much background sound I had gotten used to until it all went away. The whole area was just still. No wind, no birds, nothing. I tried to keep my mind off it. I cooked the second fish for dinner and tried reading again, but I kept looking up from the page. There were no blinds on the cabin windows, and as it got dark, I felt more exposed. I ended up turning the lantern off early and just laying in bed, watching the ceiling in the dark. I didn't sleep much that night. Sometime around 2 a.m., I woke up again. This time it wasn't a branch cracking. It was a distant engine noise, definitely an engine now, something like a dirt bike or ATV. It was faint but steady. It sounded like it was coming from the woods beyond the trail I had walked earlier. I sat up in bed, trying to figure out why it was happening in the middle of the night. Then I heard it cut off suddenly. No fade out, just gone. I didn't go back to sleep for hours. In the morning, I felt tired but more curious than scared. I decided to walk the trail again to see if I could spot anything. It was a little colder that day, and the wind had picked up. I dressed warm and packed my bag again. This time with more water, a flashlight, and my phone just in case. There was no signal, of course, but it felt better having it. I walked the same trail I had before, but this time I kept going past where I turned around the day before. I didn't want to go too far, but I also wanted answers. About an hour in, I started noticing changes. There were tire tracks on the soft dirt, fresh ones, deep, wide ones like from a heavy truck or tractor. They weren't there yesterday. I also started seeing tree stumps. Not dead ones either, fresh cuts, sap still wet, bark peeled off. Someone had been cutting trees down deep in this part of the forest. A lot of them. Then I saw the tarp. It was green and low to the ground, partially covered by branches. I crept toward it carefully, trying not to step on twigs. I had no idea why. I wasn't trespassing, technically, but something in my gut told me to be quiet. The tarp was covering some kind of pile. I pulled a corner of it up and saw fuel cans, chainsaws, plastic containers, gloves, and a coil of thick rope. Everything looked like it had been used recently. The ground around the tarp was stamped down with boot prints. Then I heard a cough. It came from further in the woods, not more than 50 feet away. I froze. Another cough came, then footsteps, multiple, heavy ones walking slowly. I couldn't see anyone, but they were close. I backed away carefully and ducked behind a tree. My heart was hammering. I waited until the footsteps moved further away. They didn't come closer, but they didn't go far either. I could still hear movement, metallic clinks, and low voices. I didn't try to get closer. I knew something wasn't right. These weren't park rangers. This wasn't legal logging. I retraced my steps quickly but quietly and made it back to the cabin just after noon. I didn't eat. I just sat on the porch watching the woods. My fishing gear stayed untouched. I didn't even light the lantern that night. I just stayed in bed, fully dressed, holding a kitchen knife in one hand and a flashlight in the other. I didn't sleep at all. At sunrise, I packed everything I could. I didn't bother cleaning the dishes or the bed. I just shoved everything in my bags, locked up the cabin, and walked to my car. But as I got to the car, I stopped dead. There were boot prints around it. They circled the car, paused at the driver's door, and went back toward the woods. I hadn't parked near the trail. These weren't mine. Someone had come during the night. I got in the car and locked the doors. The drive back down that gravel road was tense. I kept checking the mirror. I didn't stop until I reached the highway. Later, I reported everything quietly to a local ranger office a couple towns down. I didn't tell them my name. I just gave them the location and what I saw. They didn't say much, just nodded. I never followed up. I didn't want to know if they found anything. I never went back to that cabin, and I never booked a place that remote again. Whatever they were doing out there, it wasn't meant to be seen, and I was lucky I left when I did. I didn't plan on staying in a cabin that far out in the woods. Not really. It just happened because of how burned out I had become. I worked from home, stuck behind a screen almost every day, sitting in the same chair, staring at graphs and spreadsheets that blurred together after hours of focus. I couldn't sleep well anymore. My back was always stiff, and I had this tight feeling in my chest that I couldn't shake. I hadn't taken a break in months. It was late September when I finally gave in. The leaves were just starting to turn orange and brown, and something about the air felt different, like it was telling me to leave, to just get away from everything and breathe again. I looked online for cabins to rent. Not resorts, not places with people or even roads nearby. I wanted remote, something out in the middle of nowhere. No noise, no neighbors, no responsibilities. Just trees, fresh air, and silence. I found the listing by accident. It wasn't on any of the popular sites. Some old blog post mentioned it. A guy wrote about staying there years ago, saying it was completely off the grid. No power lines, no phone service. It was an old hunting cabin in the northern mountains, about 2 hours from the nearest town. The owner rented it out occasionally. You had to call a number and leave a message. He'd call back if the place was free. I didn't expect it to work, but I tried anyway. 2 days later, I got a return call. The man barely said anything. He just gave me a date, told me to bring supplies for the week, and wired me a key code. He said there'd be a lockbox hidden behind a big flat rock near the front steps. That was it. I packed everything I thought I'd need. Food for a week, some bottled water even though the cabin supposedly had a well, a portable charger, my sleeping bag, a lantern, and a folding knife I always brought on hikes. I told my brother I'd be out of town and might not have service. I didn't mention where. I figured I'd be back in a week anyway. The drive out took nearly 4 hours. The last stretch was brutal. Dirt roads barely wider than my car, full of deep ruts and fallen branches. I had to keep my windows up because the trees were scraping against the sides. Eventually, the road just stopped. A rusted sign pointed to a narrow trail, almost swallowed by weeds. I parked and walked the rest of the way in. Took about 15 minutes of walking to find the cabin. It sat in a small clearing surrounded by tall pines. The structure was plain, made of old logs and a metal roof that had started rusting along the edges. There were 2 small windows in the front, one on each side of the door. The place looked like it hadn't been touched in a while, but it was still solid. No signs of rot or major damage. Just forgotten. I found the lockbox behind the rock just like he said. It opened with the code, and inside was a single, heavy iron key. I let myself in. The inside smelled like dry wood and dust, but it wasn't bad. The layout was simple. One main room with a wood stove in the corner, a small kitchenette with an old pump sink, a table with 2 chairs, and a narrow bed against the far wall. There was a tiny bathroom off to the side, basically just a compost toilet and a tin basin. No mirror, no lights, just candles in holders nailed to the walls. The silence was exactly what I needed. I spent that first day settling in. I unpacked slowly, opened the windows to let in some air, and wiped down the surfaces with the rags I brought. The place had a weird stillness to it. Not creepy, just very quiet. No birdsong, no wind. The trees barely moved. It was like being inside a snow globe. The only sound was the occasional creak from the cabin itself. I didn't do much that day. Just sat outside for a while, drank some water, and tried to relax. I had brought a book and a journal, but I didn't touch them. It felt nice to just exist without needing to do anything. That night, I lit a few candles, crawled into my sleeping bag, and fell asleep faster than I had in months. The second day, I hiked around the woods. There were no trails, just thick trees and brush. I brought my knife and some snacks in my backpack. It was peaceful, but I kept feeling like I was going in circles. Everything looked the same. I tried leaving little pieces of string on branches, but even then, I wasn't sure where I was going. After about an hour and a half, I made it back to the cabin. That feeling in my chest was finally gone. I felt like I could breathe again. It was the third day when things started feeling off. It began with small things. The pump on the sink didn't work the same. It had worked fine the first 2 days, bringing up cold water from the well. But now it took more force to pull, and when the water finally came, it was cloudy. Not brown or dirty, just cloudy like something had been stirred up below. I didn't drink it after that. I stuck with the bottles I brought. That night, I thought I heard something outside. Not an animal sound, not wind. It was like metal scraping slowly against something solid. Came from behind the cabin, somewhere near the back wall. I froze in my sleeping bag and just listened. It lasted maybe 10 seconds, then silence. I tried telling myself it was just a branch falling or maybe a raccoon scratching at something, but it didn't sound like that. It was too steady. I waited until morning to go check. I walked around the whole cabin, looking for signs of animals. I found a long, thin mark scratched into the wood siding in the back, like something had been dragged slowly along it. It was about 4 feet long and deep enough to have taken effort. I stared at it for a long time. No claw marks, no bite marks, just a clean, slow gouge. I ran my finger along it. The wood was still fresh. That whole day, I stayed closer to the cabin. I sat on the porch most of the time, trying to shake this weird tension in my stomach. I felt like I was being watched, but every time I looked around, the woods were still. I didn't hear anything, but it was like something was waiting. I can't explain it. My skin felt like it was humming. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept hearing things. Not loud, just enough to keep me alert. Twigs snapping in the dark. Something brushing lightly against the cabin wall. At one point, I thought I heard breathing, just outside the window near the bed. Slow, steady breathing. I held my knife tight and waited, barely daring to move. I didn't look. I didn't want to see. Eventually, it stopped. In the morning, I walked the perimeter again. This time, I found something else. A small pile of stones stacked neatly in front of the door. 5 smooth rocks, balanced one on top of the other. I hadn't put them there. No animal would have done that. They were placed carefully, balanced too well to be random. I kicked them over and stood there for a while, just staring at the spot. I started keeping the knife on me at all times after that. The next few days blurred together. I tried to convince myself I was overthinking it. Maybe someone else had been here recently. Maybe some hikers used the cabin without permission and left strange things behind. But that didn't explain the noises, or the marks, or the feeling I got every time I walked outside. The feeling that I was being followed just out of sight. On the 6th night, it got worse. I had just finished eating when I heard something hit the wall hard. Not a scrape this time. A solid thud that shook the cabin slightly came from the side wall near the stove. I stood up, heart pounding, holding the lantern in one hand and the knife in the other. I didn't move for maybe 20 minutes, just stood there listening. I didn't hear anything else. I went outside. There was nothing, just the woods and the cold air. But when I walked around to the spot, I saw it. Another mark. This one lower, wider, like something had been thrown or slammed against the wall. The bark was chipped off the log siding. I walked a little farther into the trees, looking for anything. Then I saw something that made my legs go cold. There was a piece of cloth caught on a low branch. It was gray, maybe part of a shirt, and it had dried blood on it. I backed away slowly and went inside. I locked the door, stuffed a blanket against the bottom, and didn't sleep. By morning, I had decided to leave. I packed up fast, threw everything into my bag, grabbed the key, and started walking toward the trail. The woods felt even quieter than before. No bugs, no birds, nothing. Just me moving as fast as I could. I got to where the trail met the road and stopped. My car was gone. I stood there for maybe a full minute, just staring at the empty spot where I had left it. There were tracks in the dirt. Not mine. These were fresh, deeper, from a bigger vehicle. Someone had been here. Someone had taken my car. Panicked, I started running down the road, heading toward the highway, even though it was at least 10 miles away. I didn't care. I'd walk the whole thing if I had to. I just needed to get out of there. I didn't make it far. After maybe half a mile, I heard a noise behind me. A motor, an engine coming down the same road. I turned and saw a dark green truck coming toward me. Old, dusty, with no plates on the front. My heart jumped, but something about it felt wrong. It was too slow, creeping toward. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend away from everything. I'd been working straight for months without a proper break, and my head was starting to feel heavy all the time. Noise, city, screens, people, cars, everything was just constant. So I booked a small cabin up north, about 3 hours from where I lived. It was deep in the woods, off a back road, the kind of place with patchy phone service and no internet. That was the whole point. I wanted quiet, trees, cold air, and to hear myself think again. The cabin was old but clean. Wooden floors, simple furniture, a fireplace, small kitchen with a gas stove, and a porch that looked out into nothing but woods. There were no other cabins in sight. I liked that. Behind the place, a thin trail ran off into the trees, winding through the forest like it had been walked 1,000 times but never maintained. The guy I rented the place from said it was safe to hike on, but to keep my bearings and not go too far. He said there were old hunting routes around there and abandoned equipment people just left behind years ago. He warned me to stay off private land, but said I'd be fine as long as I kept the cabin within a few hours' reach. I drove up early Friday morning. It was cool out, mid-October, dry leaves blowing across the road. No snow yet, but it smelled like it was coming. I unpacked fast, lit the fireplace, and made myself a quick meal from the groceries I'd brought in a cooler. I didn't plan on going back into town unless I had to. I just wanted to be still. That first night was peaceful. I sat on the porch until the sun went down. The cold bit at my hands, but I didn't care. I just watched the dark come in slow, watched the blue fade out of the sky until it was just black. No streetlights, no headlights, no noise except for wind moving through trees and the occasional rustle of something in the brush. Probably a raccoon or squirrel. It was easy to forget the rest of the world was still out there. I went to sleep early. I left my phone off. I didn't even read anything. Just crawled under a thick blanket and listened to the fire crackling in the other room until I drifted off. I woke up once in the night because of a sound, but I didn't think much of it. It was like a soft knock. Not on the door. More like something brushing the side of the cabin. Maybe a branch or a pine cone falling from the roof. Nothing out of place. Wind gets strong at night. I went back to sleep quickly. Saturday morning was cold but clear. I had oatmeal and coffee and decided to walk that trail behind the cabin. I brought a backpack with a flashlight, a granola bar, a knife just in case, and a bottle of water. I wore a thick jacket and gloves. I had a printed map from the owner of the property, showing the boundaries. I planned on walking maybe 2 hours out and then turning back. That way I wouldn't risk losing my way. The trail was narrow and a bit overgrown in places, but it was peaceful. Nothing but trees, leaves crunching underfoot, the distant knocking of woodpeckers and birds flitting through the branches. After a while, the path started to curve downhill, deeper into the woods. It felt a little colder down there, like the sun couldn't cut through as easily. I passed a small stream with muddy banks and old tire tracks near the edge. Maybe an old ATV or truck had come through years ago. I stopped to drink water, then kept going. After another hour, I came across something strange. A clearing, almost a perfect circle. It looked like the remains of an old hunting or logging camp. There was a rusted-out trailer half collapsed on one side, a few splintered wooden crates, and what looked like a metal drum or fire barrel. Everything was overgrown with weeds and vines. I walked around slowly. The ground felt soft in places, like there were burrows or old roots underneath. Inside the trailer, there wasn't much: broken wood, pieces of metal, and a few old tools scattered on the ground. I poked around, careful not to cut myself or step on anything sharp. The place had clearly been abandoned for years, but what got to me was a strong smell, kind of like oil and something else, maybe rotting wood or animal. I didn't stay long. The place felt wrong somehow. Not haunted or anything stupid like that, just wrong in a human way, like someone left in a hurry and didn't clean up after themselves. Like something happened and no one came back. I turned back around and started walking the trail back toward the cabin. It was mid-afternoon by the time I got back, and the shadows were already getting long. I took off my boots, lit the fireplace again, and boiled water for instant noodles. I felt tired, but the walk had cleared my head a bit. I made notes in a little notebook I'd brought with me. I wrote about the clearing, the smell, and how quiet it was. I didn't think much about it until later that night. I was lying in bed around 9 p.m., fire dying down, when I heard something again. This time it wasn't a knock, it was footsteps. Slow, careful, crunching leaves just outside the cabin. Not close, but close enough that I could tell it was a person and not an animal. I froze in bed, not moving. I hadn't seen another person in 2 days. There were no nearby cabins, and the road was a 30-minute walk back up the hill. The footsteps circled once, slow. Then they stopped. I waited. Nothing. I got up, quietly. I didn't turn on any lights. I looked out through the edge of the curtain. I couldn't see anything. Just dark trees. I stood there for 10, maybe 15 minutes. Still nothing. After a while, I convinced myself it could have been a deer. Maybe something larger like an elk. Maybe it wasn't even that close. I stayed up most of the night. Every little sound made me jump. The cabin creaked. Wind pressed against the walls. Dry leaves skittered across the porch. But no more footsteps. By the time it was starting to get light, I was still in the chair by the window. I hadn't slept at all. That morning, I walked around the cabin. I didn't see anything out of place. No boot prints, no sign anyone had been there. I told myself it was nothing, but I kept the knife on me for the rest of the day. I didn't go hiking again. I stayed near the cabin. I wrote. I chopped some firewood. I tried to read, but my head kept going back to that sound. That slow crunch of steps circling the cabin once, then stopping. That night, I locked the front door and wedged a chair under the knob. I kept a flashlight beside the bed. I left the fire burning low and tried to fall asleep. Around 1 a.m., I woke up again. This time the sound was closer. I didn't hear walking, I heard breathing. Slow, heavy breathing just outside the bedroom wall. Not the door, not the porch, the back wall where there were no windows. I didn't move. I lay perfectly still, staring at the ceiling. The breathing went on for maybe 30 seconds. Then silence. Then a slow, dragging sound, like someone sliding a hand across the wall from the outside. I waited. Nothing. I got up after an hour. I walked the cabin inside slowly, flashlight in hand. Still nothing. No broken windows. No signs of entry. The back wall was intact. In the morning, I went out and looked. Nothing, not even footprints. The ground was dry, leaves undisturbed. That was when I started to get scared in a real way. Not jumpy, not nervous. I felt hunted, watched. I stayed inside most of the day. I kept checking outside. I started counting how many hours it would take me to walk back to the car and drive home. It wasn't just paranoia. Something was wrong. I didn't tell myself it was ghosts or monsters, but someone had been outside that cabin at night twice, and they didn't knock or call out. They just circled, watched, listened. That night, I didn't sleep at all. Around 2 a.m., the front doorknob rattled. Once, then again. Slowly, then nothing. That was it. I waited for sunrise, packed my gear, and left before it was even fully light out. I left the firewood stacked. I left the food I hadn't finished. I didn't care. I just started walking back toward the road where I'd parked the car. The trail felt different. Every sound felt louder. I kept checking behind me. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps in the trees to the left, but I never saw anything. When I got to my car, it was fine. No scratches, no broken windows. But the driver's side door was unlocked. I always lock it. Always. Especially in remote places. The drive back was quiet. I kept checking the rearview mirror the whole way home. I never told the guy I rented the cabin from. I didn't want to sound crazy. I just said something came up and I had to leave early. He didn't ask any questions. For weeks after, I kept thinking about the clearing I found. That old trailer, the oil smell, and I wondered if someone else had been living out there. Someone who didn't want to be found. Someone who saw me walk through their space and followed me back. I don't go into the woods anymore. Not alone. I know what I heard. I know how careful it sounded. How close they got. How long they stood there. I don't need proof. I don't need pictures. I remember the sound of someone breathing against the wall behind my bed. Not fast. Not panicked. Just slow and calm. I didn't expect anything bad to happen when I decided to spend a few weeks alone in the cabin. It was an old place that had been in my family for decades. My grandfather built it sometime in the 1950s, tucked deep in the northern woods, far away from any town, off a thin dirt road barely wide enough for a truck. I remembered going there a few times as a kid, always with someone, either my uncle or my dad, but this time I planned to go alone. I wanted quiet. I needed it. The kind of silence you only get far away from the world, where there are no cars, no phone signals, and no people. Just tall trees, dry pine needles, and the wind. I drove up there in early September. The leaves had only just started to change color. Red and orange edges formed on the maple trees, while the pines stood still and dark, stretching up like towers. The gravel road felt endless, with nothing on either side but thick woods. There were no signs of homes, no parked cars, not even old mailboxes. It was empty country. I knew the area pretty well from past visits, and I kept a printed map with me just in case. When I arrived, I felt calm. The cabin looked like it always had. Wooden walls grayed from years of weather, a crooked front porch with moss growing between the planks, and one of the windows slightly cracked at the edge. The place always had that damp smell, like a mix of old soil, smoke, and pine. I parked the truck, took my bag and gear inside, and opened up all the windows to let the place breathe. The first few days were peaceful. I chopped wood, fixed the window, and cleared out a few dead branches around the clearing. The forest was quiet during the day, except for birds and the occasional rustle of squirrels or raccoons. At night, it got pitch black. I had a flashlight and a couple of lanterns, but still, the darkness seemed to press in through the windows. By the 5th day, I had settled into a slow rhythm. Wake up, boil water from the well, make breakfast, read a bit, go for a hike, then back before it got dark. I didn't bring any electronics with me, just a few paperbacks and a notebook. I wrote down what I did each day, more to keep track of time than anything else. Then, around day 6 or 7, I noticed something strange. It wasn't much at first, just small things. A tree branch snapped loudly in the woods late at night. I figured it was a deer or maybe a bear. A few nights later, I thought I heard crunching footsteps on the gravel near the side of the cabin. I turned off the lantern and stood still for a long time, holding the axe I kept near the door. After a few minutes, I didn't hear anything else, so I assumed it was my imagination or some animal passing through. The next morning, I went outside and looked around. I didn't see any tracks or signs that anyone or anything had been near the place, but I still had a weird feeling in my gut. I told myself it was probably nerves. Being alone in the woods can play tricks on your head. But that feeling didn't go away. That afternoon, I went for a hike a little farther than usual. I followed a game trail that led east of the cabin, through a denser part of the forest. It had rained lightly the night before, so the ground was soft. About 20 minutes into the walk, I stopped. There were boot prints in the mud. Not mine. Too wide, and the tread looked different than my hiking boots. They were going the same direction I was heading, but I hadn't seen anyone out here. The last time I'd even passed another car was almost an hour before I reached the dirt road to the cabin. Nobody should have been out here. I stood over the prints and stared at them for a while. My heart beat a little faster. They weren't fresh. They had water pooled slightly in them, but they weren't old either. Maybe from that morning. I followed them for a bit, staying quiet, moving slow. After about 15 minutes, they veered off the trail and disappeared into the brush. I didn't go after them. I turned back and returned to the cabin, walking faster than usual. Every sound felt louder now. Every snapping twig felt deliberate. When I got back, the cabin looked untouched, but I kept thinking about those prints. Why would someone be out here? This wasn't a campground. This wasn't near anything. You don't just end up in this part of the woods unless you meant to come here. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept the lantern on until it ran out of fuel and the flashlight under my pillow. I kept the axe beside my bed and listened to every small noise. The next morning, I felt tired and unfocused. I went outside to get more wood and found something that made my stomach twist. On the chopping block beside the woodpile, someone had left a small pile of pebbles, arranged in a neat circle. I didn't do that. I hadn't touched any rocks since I got here, and I hadn't seen any like these around. They were smooth, pale gray, maybe from a creek. I stared at them for a long time. My hands got cold even though the air was warm. That wasn't an accident. Someone had been here while I slept. I went around the cabin, checking for any signs of a break-in. The doors were locked, the windows shut. Nothing was missing inside, but someone had come right up to the woodpile, just 10 feet from where I was sleeping. I decided not to stay outside too long that day. I kept the axe with me even inside the cabin. That night, I blocked the door with a chair and placed a couple of empty cans on the porch steps, so I'd hear if someone walked up. Around 2 a.m., I woke up. There was a thud, soft, dull, like a foot hitting dirt. I froze. Then I heard it again, this time from the side of the cabin. Slow, steady steps circling. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The footsteps stopped. Then silence. I gripped the flashlight and turned it on quickly, pointing it at the window. I couldn't see anything outside. I stayed like that for almost an hour, light on, axe ready, barely blinking. By morning, I was convinced someone was watching me. I checked again for tracks. Nothing. The ground was hard around the cabin, dry again. No mud, no prints. But I found another circle of rocks, this time smaller, left on the windowsill outside the kitchen. I packed my stuff that morning. I was going to leave. The problem was, when I turned the key in the truck's ignition, it didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. I popped the hood and checked everything I knew to check. I'm not great with engines, but nothing looked obviously wrong. The battery was fine. No loose wires. No animal damage. Still, the engine wouldn't turn over. It was dead. I sat in the driver's seat for a long time, staring at the steering wheel, feeling panic creep in. I didn't have a way to call anyone. No cell service. No radio. The nearest town was over 20 miles away, and walking through unfamiliar woods that far wasn't smart, especially if someone was out there. That day, I stayed inside. I locked the door and kept my flashlight and axe with me. I barely ate. I didn't go outside, not even to get more water. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in a chair facing the front door, Waiting, flashlight off, axe in my lap. Just after midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps. They were slow, crunching on the gravel near the truck. Then silence. Then a soft tap. Not on the door, on the wall. A light tap, like someone brushing their fingers along the wood. Then a pause. Then another tap. Closer to the window. I didn't move. I didn't turn on the light. I just sat still, barely breathing. Then the tapping stopped. A few minutes later, I heard the cans I had placed fall over. A clatter on the porch. Someone had stepped on them. Then the handle of the front door jiggled, slow and deliberate. I raised the axe. The handle kept moving, testing. Then it stopped. I held my breath and waited. Eventually, the steps moved away. Slowly. Then they were gone. In the morning, I opened the door. The cans were scattered. There were scuff marks on the dirt near the steps, boot marks. Same tread as before. That was the moment I realized this person didn't want to rob me. They weren't trying to scare me for fun. They were playing with me, watching, waiting. I stayed another day because I didn't have a choice. But I made a plan. At first light the next day, I'd hike out to the main road. It was far, but I didn't care. I had a compass, a map, and I marked the exact direction. I left just before dawn, carrying a small pack, the flashlight, and the axe. I locked the cabin behind me and didn't look back. The forest was quiet, too quiet. I stayed off the main trail, cutting through brush, checking my direction constantly. About 3 hours in, I stopped for water and checked the map. That's when I saw it. Another set of boot prints, beside mine, following me. They hadn't been there before. They weren't mine. They were fresh. My throat went dry. I turned and scanned the woods. Nothing. No movement. No sound. I kept going, but faster now, glancing back every few minutes. I didn't rest again. After almost 7 hours of nonstop walking, I reached the road. I followed it west, toward the town, and by nightfall I saw lights. I flagged down a truck and told the driver my engine had died and I'd gotten turned around hiking. I didn't tell him. I went up to the mountains to get away from everything. Work had been too much lately. My head wasn't right. I was tired all the time, irritated even when nothing was wrong. My back hurt, I couldn't sleep, and most of all, I felt like I needed to just get out and breathe. So I found this small, cheap rental cabin online. It was in a lesser-known part of the mountains, north of a town called Rooster Creek, maybe an hour from anything that mattered. The listing said no cell signal, no internet, no neighbors for a mile in any direction. That was what I wanted. I brought a few books, canned food, a water jug, a sleeping bag, and a small camping stove, even though the cabin had a wood stove and some old furniture. I didn't want to rely on anything there. I wanted the basics. I wanted silence. I left my phone in the car's glove box when I arrived. It wouldn't work anyway. The gravel road to the cabin was rough and narrow. My sedan barely handled the last quarter mile. The trees got thicker the farther in I went, and the sun disappeared behind them by late afternoon. I parked in front of the cabin and carried my bag up the steps. The cabin was about what I expected, small, maybe 20 by 20 feet. It had a dusty wooden floor, a narrow window on each wall, a table with 2 chairs, and a bed frame with a thin mattress that looked like it hadn't been used in years. There was a wood stove in the corner and a rusted-out lantern hanging by the front door. It smelled like old smoke and dried pine needles. The first night was quiet. I read a book by flashlight, ate a can of beans, and lay on top of the sleeping bag listening to the wind outside. It was peaceful, just the creaking of old wood and the breeze moving through the trees. I thought maybe I'd get used to it. Maybe I'd stay a few days longer than planned. The second day, I chopped some firewood from a small stack of logs behind the cabin. I didn't really need it, it wasn't that cold, but it gave me something to do. The forest was thick but not completely wild. There were animal trails, birds overhead, and I thought I saw deer tracks by the stream a few hundred yards down the hill. I stayed close, didn't wander far. I wasn't out here to hike. I just wanted quiet. That night, though, I didn't sleep as well. Something woke me around 2 or 3 in the morning. I don't know what it was. maybe an animal outside. I thought I heard footsteps, but not heavy ones, more like soft crunching. I sat up and listened. It was dark except for moonlight coming through the window. I held my breath for a while. I didn't hear it again, but my heart didn't slow down for a long time. Eventually, I dozed off again. By the third day, I was starting to settle in. I made a fire that morning just to test the wood stove. It smoked at first, but then warmed up nicely. I drank coffee from a metal mug I brought and sat by the small window watching wind move through the tall pines. It was the kind of quiet I hadn't felt in years. My nerves were starting to relax. Then that afternoon, things changed. I had just stepped outside to bring in some more firewood when I heard it. Not a gunshot, but something close. A distant pop, like a car backfiring maybe, but not quite. Then another. It echoed weirdly in the woods. I stopped moving and looked out toward the slope that dropped off past the back of the cabin. I couldn't see anything, but I felt something shift. Something didn't feel right. My skin prickled. I stayed outside for a few more minutes, pretending to keep working. I didn't want to admit to myself I was uneasy, but then I heard something else. A shout. Not words, just a single loud yell far off, and then silence. That was when I went back inside. I tried to read again, but my mind wasn't in it. That noise didn't make sense out here. There weren't supposed to be people nearby. The whole reason I chose this place was that it was isolated. I thought maybe hunters were out there, maybe on private land, or maybe just lost hikers. Still, something about it kept poking at my nerves. As the sun started to go down, I felt worse. I hadn't heard anything else, but I couldn't shake the feeling something was going on. I went out once more before dark to check around the area. I walked a slow circle around the cabin, staying within sight. Nothing was out of place. No tire tracks, no sign of anyone. But I kept glancing at the trees like someone might be watching. That night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to draw attention. I used a flashlight for a few minutes, then turned it off and lay in the dark. The silence was too heavy. Every creak of the cabin sounded louder than it should. Every gust of wind sounded like footsteps. I didn't sleep much. Around 4 a.m., I heard something that made my blood go cold. It was a car. Not on the gravel road I came in on. It sounded deeper in the woods, like someone was trying to drive through trees. Then it stopped. No engine, just a sudden silence again. I sat up, heart pounding, and waited. Maybe a minute later, I heard branches snapping. Someone was walking through the woods. Slowly, not far from the cabin. I stayed still. I didn't even breathe. My hand reached for the small hatchet I had by my sleeping bag. I wasn't thinking clearly, just reacting. The footsteps got closer, then stopped. I thought I heard someone exhale. Not a word, just breath. Then, nothing. I waited for what felt like an hour. No movement, no sound. At some point, I fell asleep because I woke up to daylight. The forest was quiet again. Everything looked normal, but I didn't feel normal. I felt like something was wrong out there. That morning, I walked to the edge of the tree line behind the cabin, keeping low and moving slow. I wanted to see if there were footprints or tire marks. I didn't go far, but just past the line of trees, I saw it. Tire tracks, not old ones, fresh, mud still wet. Whoever had come through here drove off the main road and into the forest, maybe trying to hide the vehicle. I followed the tracks a short way and found them ending near a dry stream bed. There was a deep spot where someone had clearly turned around and backed in. The vehicle was gone now, but it hadn't been gone long. There were boot prints too, only one set, big, heavy. No animal could make those. I went back to the cabin fast. I knew something wasn't right. I wanted to leave, but the road out was narrow and winding, and if someone was out there, I didn't want to drive into them. I figured I'd wait until midday when I could see clearly and then go. But by then, it was too late. Around 11 a.m., a helicopter flew overhead. Low, fast, military style. Passed over once, then again in the other direction. I stood outside and waved, but it didn't stop. Then I heard sirens, distant, down the mountain. That's when I knew. This wasn't random. Something was going on. I packed my things fast. I didn't even roll the sleeping bag, just stuffed it into my bag. I got in the car, turned it on, and drove fast down the gravel path. Every bump made me think the tires would pop, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get back to town. About halfway down the mountain, I saw them. 3 police vehicles, lights flashing, parked sideways across the road. A few officers stood outside with rifles. One of them raised his hand and waved me down. I stopped the car, rolled down the window, and that's when everything finally made sense. They told me there had been an escape. A dangerous man had broken out of a transport van 2 days earlier, armed, possibly injured, and on foot. They believed he had stolen a car and gone off-road into the forest somewhere near where I was staying. The helicopter was part of a sweep. They asked me if I'd seen anything. I told them everything. The car sounds, the footsteps, the tire tracks. They took it seriously. One of the officers asked me to draw a rough map of where I saw the tracks, and another one wrote down everything I said. They told me to head into town and not come back to the area for at least a few days. The search would continue, and they didn't want civilians around. I drove straight back to Rooster Creek, then all the way home that night. Later, I checked the news. They found the guy 2 days later, not far from the cabin. He had crashed a stolen SUV, ditched it near the dry stream bed, and tried to hike out. He was armed with a stolen handgun and had been hiding in the woods at night, sleeping during the day. When they caught him, he was wearing a jacket with blood on it, but they didn't say whose. They never said if he'd gone near any cabins. But I know he was near mine. I know those footsteps I heard weren't animals. I know he stood out there that night. He might have been watching me. He might have been planning something. Or maybe he thought I wasn't alone. Maybe he changed his mind. I still think about it. I wonder if I'd lit that fire that night, if I'd made noise, if I'd left food outside. Would he have come in? Would I even be here to wonder? I don't go to remote places anymore. Not like that. Not alone. I wanted silence, but I found something else instead. Something I didn't expect. And I never want to feel that kind of silence again. I had been needing a break from people for a while. Everything in the city was starting to feel like noise. Work meetings, traffic, phone calls, people asking for things. Everything layered on top of itself like bricks closing in. It had been building up for months, and one day I just told myself I needed to go. I wanted to disappear for a while. Not forever, not even for that long, but just long enough that I could be alone and quiet and not have to answer to anyone. So I found a cabin rental deep in the hills in northern Washington, 2 hours away from the nearest town. It was advertised as a remote logging cabin that had been fixed up with solar power, a wood stove, and a well. No phone reception, no internet. The reviews said it was dead silent out there. That's what I was looking for. I packed up a cooler, some dry food, tools, gear, sleeping bag, and a few basic things. I left a message for my supervisor that I'd be off-grid for a few days and turned my phone off the moment I got onto the highway. The drive took almost a full day, first down long empty highways, then onto narrow paved roads that got rougher and rougher until I was just crawling along a one-lane dirt path winding up through thick pine forest. I didn't see a single house for miles, just trees, shadows, and every now and then a deer in the trees. By the time I found the cabin, the sky was already getting dark. It was smaller than it looked in the photos, more weathered too, but it was standing and it had a roof and the door opened fine and the windows weren't broken, and that was enough. The air smelled like pine and damp wood. The silence out there was thick. I don't mean quiet like late at night in a neighborhood. I mean the kind of silence where you start to hear your own heart beating, your ears ringing, because there's just nothing else. It felt like the forest was swallowing sound. I carried my gear inside, unpacked a few things, lit some candles, and sat on the floor with a sandwich and a beer. There was no electricity, just solar power for one overhead light and a few wall outlets. No cell service, no neighbors, no noise. It was perfect. For the first 2 days, everything was peaceful. I read, hiked around a bit, gathered firewood, cooked simple food, and just stayed still. I hadn't realized how much I'd needed to stop moving, to stop looking at screens, to stop responding to the world. I didn't even write anything in my journal, just sat and let my brain slow down. Even when it rained on the second night and the wind picked up, I felt good. I liked hearing the trees move and the rain tapping the metal roof. But by the third day, something shifted. It started with something small. I had left my hat on the table by the window before going to sleep. It was one of those simple canvas baseball hats I wore hiking. The next morning, it wasn't there. I figured maybe I moved it and forgot, but I looked all around the room, the kitchen, even under the table. It was gone. I searched through my duffel and checked the porch. Nothing. I told myself maybe it fell behind something and I'd find it later. I didn't want to ruin my own trip by getting weird about a missing hat. It was just a thing. I let it go. Later that day, I hiked a few miles down a rough trail behind the cabin. There was a ridge with a partial clearing where you could see the tree line stretch out for miles. I stayed there for about an hour, just listening to the wind and watching shadows move across the hills. It was one of the most peaceful moments of the trip. On the way back, though, something strange happened. As I walked back toward the cabin, I got the strong feeling that someone had been there. The cabin was still locked up just as I left it. Nothing was broken, but something felt off. The front door looked touched, like there had been smudge marks on the handle. Not fresh, just different than before. Inside, everything was where I left it, except for the fact that my sleeping bag looked slightly pulled open. Not much, just enough that I noticed. It was probably nothing. I convinced myself of that. But that night, I didn't sleep well. Every creak of the wood made me open my eyes. Every gust of wind sounded like a footstep. I kept telling myself it was just the isolation getting into my head. That kind of silence can make you hear things, think things. I just needed to get some rest. The next morning, I decided to walk the perimeter. I wanted to make sure no one had actually been around. I didn't think anyone would bother coming this far up just to mess with a stranger, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I checked for boot prints, tire marks, broken branches, anything like that. The ground was damp from the rain, so if someone had been close, there would be signs. And that's when I saw something that made me stop walking. There was a set of tracks in the mud just to the west of the cabin, leading around the side. Not fresh, but definitely not more than a day or two old. Not animal tracks, boots. Big ones, heavier tread than mine. The tracks came in from the forest and circled around the cabin, then disappeared back the same way. I stared at them for a long time. They weren't mine. I hadn't walked that way, and they weren't new enough to be from the people who cleaned the place before I arrived. These were recent. Someone had walked right up to the cabin, looked around, and left. Or didn't leave. That was the part one couldn't shake. I didn't want to panic, so I kept myself busy. I brought firewood inside. I sharpened the axe. I boiled water. I checked the lock on the door twice. I made sure my pocket knife was in my jeans. I even pushed the table up against the window, just to block it a little. That night, I kept the oil lamp burning. I sat in the corner of the room, back against the wall, listening. The wind came through again, stronger this time. It howled through the cracks in the old walls. At around 2 a.m., I thought I heard something outside. Not an animal, not the wind, something moving. Slow, steady footsteps on the dirt. I didn't move. I just sat still and listened. Then, after a long pause, I heard the front steps creak. I froze. My breath stopped. My ears strained in the dark. Then nothing. No knock. No attempt at the door. Just silence again. I waited for what felt like forever before I finally moved. I didn't open the door. I didn't even get close to it. I stayed still until daylight came. That morning, I found something in the dirt outside the steps. Another set of footprints. The same heavy boot tread. This time, they came closer, right up to the porch. They stopped at the base of the steps. Then nothing. No return trail. No path away. Like the person had walked up and just vanished. Or stayed. I searched the trees. I walked the trails. I checked the old woodpile, the back of the cabin, the ridge. I didn't see anyone, but I felt watched. Every time I turned around, I felt like someone had just stepped behind a tree, like they were just out of sight. I stayed outside until mid-afternoon. Then I made a decision. I started packing my gear. I couldn't spend another night there. I had planned to stay 5 days, but I couldn't take it anymore. I felt like I was losing track of what was real. The quiet, the footsteps, the feeling of being followed. It was starting to eat into me. I packed everything except the food, got my keys, and decided I'd leave at first light the next day. I didn't sleep that night either. Sometime after midnight, I heard the back door creak. There was no back door. That's the part that shook me the most. The cabin only had one entrance. The back had an old boarded-up window nailed shut. But I swear on everything I heard hinges move. I heard the sound of wood brushing against the frame, like a door slowly closing. I grabbed the axe. I sat there for hours, not blinking, barely breathing, just watching the shadows from the candle flicker across the room. By dawn, I opened the front door and stepped outside. The forest looked normal, quiet, calm, but the footprints were back. Fresh ones this time. They led from the tree line to the back wall of the cabin and stopped. I followed them. My heart was pounding. There, behind the cabin, was something I hadn't noticed before. Maybe I missed it, or maybe it hadn't been there. Half buried in the weeds and leaves was a thin wooden hatch, weathered, hidden, like a cellar door. I hadn't opened it. I didn't even know it was there. It was shut with an old rusted latch, but not locked. I stood over it for a long time. Then I backed away. I couldn't make myself open it. Instead, I went back inside, took the last of my stuff, and left. I drove the entire way without stopping once. No food, no bathroom breaks. I didn't even turn the radio on. I didn't feel right again until I saw the highway stretch out flat in front of me. A week later, I emailed the rental listing and asked if anyone else had ever reported weird things at that cabin. They never answered. The listing disappeared a few days after that. I think about it sometimes, how quiet that place was. Too quiet. I think someone had been living out there, watching. Maybe inside that hatch. Maybe they waited for people to come up. Maybe they only watched. Maybe not. All I know is I wasn't alone out there, and I never will be again. Life in the city had gotten too noisy, too fast, and too filled with people. I was burned out. I had spent the last 4 years working as a freelance graphic designer, sitting at my desk all day in my apartment. I hardly ever left the place. The window looked out over the alley behind the building, and all I ever saw were dumpsters, wet concrete, and rats. Even though I lived in a huge city, it felt like I was boxed into a little cage. I started thinking about getting away from it all. I didn't want to go to some crowded resort or a noisy beach. I didn't want to go anywhere with too many people. I just wanted to be alone somewhere far from everything, where I could breathe and reset. I found a listing online for a remote cabin in the woods. It was about a 6-hour drive away, north into the mountains. The place looked like it hadn't been touched in years. The photos showed a small wooden cabin in the middle of tall pine trees, with a gravel road leading up to it and not much else nearby. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, no neighbors. That's what the listing said. That was exactly what I wanted. The cabin had solar panels for some electricity, a fireplace, and a water tank for showers. It was basic but comfortable. The owner lived in another town and said he only came up to the place twice a year. He just wanted to rent it out when he wasn't using it. The price was cheap. I booked it for 7 nights. I packed the basics: food for a week, warm clothes, a sleeping bag, a flashlight, a battery-powered lantern, a couple of books, and my sketch pad. I didn't bring my laptop. That was the point. I didn't want to work. I didn't want screens. I wanted to be alone in the quiet and do nothing. I left early on a Monday morning. The drive was long and winding, and the road got narrower the farther I went. For the last hour, there were barely any signs of people. The GPS stopped working halfway up the mountain. I had printed directions just in case. The gravel road that led to the cabin was barely wide enough for my car. Trees on both sides leaned in like they wanted to pull me off the road. When I got to the cabin, the sun was low. The place looked exactly like the photos: old, small, dark wood, 1 floor, 1 porch, 1 door, 2 small windows. It sat in the middle of a clearing surrounded by forest. I turned off the car and just listened for a while. There was nothing. No wind, no cars, no voices. Just silence and the occasional sound of birds. I brought my stuff inside. The inside was clean but dusty. It smelled like dry wood and old ashes. There was a bed in the corner with a mattress, a small kitchen with a propane stove, a metal sink, a little table with 2 chairs, and a fireplace that hadn't been used in a while. There was a closet near the door with a broom, a toolbox, and some supplies. The bathroom was small and basic. A compost toilet, a tank-fed shower head, and a cracked mirror. I opened all the windows to let the place air out, swept the floor, and lit a couple of candles. That first night was peaceful. I made some noodles on the stove, sat on the porch with a blanket, and watched the sky change. The stars looked brighter than I'd ever seen. The air was cold and still. I went to bed early and slept harder than I had in months. The next day, I woke up feeling good. I made coffee, took a short walk into the woods behind the cabin, came back and sketched for a few hours. It felt strange to have no notifications, no emails, no screens blinking at me. The silence had weight. It made everything feel slower, sharper. I stayed close to the cabin the next few days. I didn't want to get lost. I only followed the same trail out back, a narrow footpath that looked like it had been used by deer more than people. It wound through the trees and opened up into a small hill with a view of the woods. I'd sit there and look out for hours. By the 4th night, the silence started to feel heavy. Not in a bad way, just thick. I noticed how loud the smallest sounds were. A branch snapping, a bird flapping, a squirrel running over the roof. It all sounded sharper than it should have. At night, the woods were pitch black. I kept the lantern close. I started double-checking the door before I went to bed. It was the 5th day when I noticed something strange. I had just come back from the hill behind the cabin when I saw marks in the dirt near the sidewall. They looked like drag marks, long scratches in the dry soil. They weren't there the day before. I hadn't walked around that side of the cabin. I went over and crouched down. They weren't animal tracks. They looked more like someone had dragged something metal through the dirt. A shovel, maybe, or a heavy pipe. The marks curved in a weird way, like someone had stopped and turned around. There were small footprints too, boots maybe, not very deep, but clearly not mine. Mine were larger. I looked around the trees, trying to see if someone had been there. I didn't see anything or anyone. I figured maybe it was an old mark I hadn't noticed before. The dirt was dry. Maybe it had been there a while. But the next morning, there were more marks, this time at the back of the cabin. They were fresher, cleaner. The soil was darker, like it had been turned over. And there was something else, what looked like an old piece of cloth half buried in the dirt. I used a stick to pull it out. It was a strip of faded fabric, torn and frayed, with a reddish-brown stain on one end. It didn't smell, but the color looked old, like dried blood. I froze. I looked around again. The woods were quiet. Still, I walked the perimeter of the cabin twice. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anything. That day, I stayed inside. I kept the door locked and the lantern close. I tried to sketch to keep my mind busy, but I kept checking the windows. Every time I heard a creak or a snap outside, my heart jumped. Could have been an animal, but the marks didn't make sense. They weren't made by an animal. That night, I barely slept. At some point after midnight, I thought I heard something brushing against the back wall. Just once. A single soft scrape, like fabric on wood. I sat up and held my breath. The sound didn't come again. The next morning, I stepped outside and saw that someone had moved the firewood pile. It had been stacked neatly when I arrived, 6 rows deep, covered with a plastic tarp. Now, it looked like someone had pulled pieces out from the bottom. One row had collapsed inward. 2 pieces of wood were missing. I didn't take them. I hadn't touched the pile since I got there. Someone had been there during the night. That was the moment I knew I wasn't alone. I packed my bag immediately. I threw in my food, my sketch pad, my flashlight, and zipped up everything. I decided to leave early. I didn't care if I lost the last 2 days of my rental. I just wanted to get out. But when I got to my car, I saw that 2 tires were flat. Not fully slashed, just flattened, like someone had let the air out slowly. Both rear tires were soft and sunk low. I tried to drive anyway, but after a few feet on the gravel, I stopped. The rubber was rolling off the rim. I didn't want to damage the wheels worse. I went back inside and locked the door. My phone still had no signal. I didn't bring a radio. There was no one nearby. I checked the toolbox in the closet. There was no pump or patch kit. That day was the longest day of my life. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anyone. But I felt it. I felt watched. Every time I looked out the window, I expected to see someone standing just behind the trees. Every time I turned my back to the door, I pictured it creaking open. When the sun went down, I blocked the windows with the blankets from the bed. I didn't want anyone to see inside. I moved the table against the door and sat with the flashlight in my lap. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something moving outside. It wasn't an animal. It was too slow, too careful. It moved around the side of the cabin, then stopped, then moved again. The sound of footsteps on dry leaves. I sat frozen for an hour. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I stepped out and saw a message scratched into the dirt behind the cabin. It just said, "Don't." That was it. Just one word, written with a stick or a rock or a finger, deep and clear in the soil. I almost threw up. I stayed inside that whole day. I kept the fireplace poker with me like a weapon. I didn't cook anything. I didn't make noise. I waited for light. I waited for a chance to leave. The next morning, my last scheduled day, I walked 2 miles down the gravel road with my bag and flagged down a ranger truck. Took over an hour. The ranger wasn't supposed to be there that day. He said he was just passing through to check trail signs. I didn't tell him much. I said my car had issues and I needed help getting it towed. He radioed for a truck and got me down to the nearest town. When I got back to the cabin later with a tow driver, the message in the dirt was gone. The drag marks were smoothed over. The firewood was res-tacked. The cloth I found had vanished. The place looked untouched. We loaded the car onto the tow and drove out without saying much. I didn't look back at the trees. A few weeks later, I looked up the name of the property owner. I tried to find anything, articles, history, news. I found an old post on a local forum from 3 years earlier. It all started when I decided to get away for a while. I had been working every single day for months without any proper break. I felt tired all the time, mentally and physically. I couldn't focus at work anymore, and everything irritated me. I needed a break. Not the kind of break where you stay home and still get emails and notifications and end up wasting time on the internet all day. I wanted to completely shut off. Somewhere quiet, somewhere far. I rented a small cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. It was owned by an old man who lived downstate. I found it online. There weren't many pictures, just a few of the front porch and the inside showing a small bed, a wooden desk, and a stove. But it was cheap and available for the week I had off, and that was all I needed. The directions were old school. No GPS address. Just a long, handwritten route with notes like, turn right at the broken fence post, and drive 1.7 miles past the ranger sign. I printed it out and followed it carefully. It took nearly 5 hours to get there from my house. The last hour was just dirt roads that got narrower and bumpier the deeper I drove. By the time I arrived, my phone had lost signal and the only sound outside was wind through the trees. No people, no cars, not even birds at first. Just trees. Thousands of them. The cabin itself was simple. A single room with a bed, a wood-burning stove, a table with 2 chairs, and a narrow kitchen area with a rusty sink. There was an outhouse behind the cabin and a water pump nearby. No electricity, no running water. It felt completely cut off from the rest of the world. And that was what I wanted. The first day was peaceful. I unpacked, lit a fire in the stove, and cooked some canned food I brought with me. I read a book, sat on the porch for a while, and watched the trees sway in the wind. It got dark early, around 7:30 p.m. With no lights or anything to do, I went to bed not long after. It was so quiet that night. I could hear every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, every tiny sound from the woods. It took me a long time to fall asleep. The second day, I woke up early. The air was cold, but fresh. I made some coffee with the camp kettle and walked around a bit, staying close to the cabin. The forest felt thick and old. The trees were tall and closely packed. It wasn't easy to see far into the woods. I didn't have a map, so I didn't go exploring. I just stayed near the clearing where the cabin was. That evening, around sunset, I noticed something strange. While sitting on the porch with my coffee, I looked toward the tree line about 30 yards away. Something felt off. I kept staring for a while, and then I saw it. There was a man standing among the trees. He was barely visible, half hidden behind a tree, wearing something dark. I couldn't see his face, but I was sure it was a person. At first, I thought it might be a hunter or a ranger, but the way he stood there, perfectly still, not moving, not walking, just standing and watching, made my stomach turn. I stared back for a long time, frozen. Then I blinked, and when I looked again, he was gone. I stood up and walked a few steps toward the tree line, but stopped myself. It was getting dark. I told myself maybe I imagined it. Maybe it was a shadow or my own mind playing tricks on me after being alone for 2 days. I locked the door that night. It was just a flimsy latch, but better than nothing. I put the hatchet I used for firewood near the bed and kept the fire burning. I didn't sleep much. Every time the wind rustled or the cabin creaked, I sat up, heart pounding, listening. The next morning, I checked outside. There were no footprints, no signs of anyone. The ground was covered in pine needles and patches of dry moss. So even if someone had been walking there, I wasn't sure it would show. Still, it bothered me. I stayed around the cabin again, this time a little more on edge. I kept glancing at the trees, expecting to see something. Nothing happened for most of the day, but that evening, just as the light started to fade, I saw something again. This time, he was farther to the right side of the clearing, still standing there behind a tree, not moving. I didn't get up. I just stared. My mouth felt dry. I could barely breathe. It felt like hours, though it was probably just a minute or two. And again, when I blinked or looked away for a second, he was gone. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat by the stove most of the night, staring at the door, jumping at every noise. I thought about leaving the next morning, but the way back was long. It would mean driving those bumpy roads in early morning light with no real directions and no cell service. I told myself I'd wait one more day. If I saw him again, I'd pack up and leave. The fourth day started cloudy. The sky was overcast, and the wind had picked up. The air smelled different, wetter, colder, like something was about to change. I spent the whole day watching the woods. I didn't cook. I didn't read. I just sat on the porch with the hatchet nearby. Hours passed. Nothing happened. I started to feel like maybe I'd imagined it all. Maybe isolation was messing with me. Maybe I had seen shadows or animals and convinced myself it was a man. But then, just after sunset, I saw him again. Closer this time, maybe 15 yards from the cabin. Still in the trees, still watching. But this time, he moved. I saw him lean slightly to the side, like he was peeking out from the tree. Then he stepped back, then again forward, like he was toying with me, not approaching, not running, just slowly moving in and out of sight. I stood up and shouted into the trees. My voice cracked. I had no idea what I even said, just noise, anger, fear. But I got no response. He just disappeared again into the darkness. That was it. I packed a bag that night. I couldn't stay another day. I planned to leave at first light no matter what, but sleep didn't come. I stayed awake, hatchet in hand, fire burning low, eyes on the door. Around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps. Not wind, not animals. Heavy, slow, human footsteps outside, circling the cabin. The floor creaked under me as I stood up. I held the hatchet and stood near the door, my heart racing so fast I could barely breathe. The footsteps stopped. Then I heard them again on the other side, moving around me, circling, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Then came a sound I can still remember clearly, the sound of a hand brushing against the wooden wall. Just a single slow drag, like someone running their fingers across the outside of the cabin. Then silence. I didn't move until the sun came up. When the light finally filled the clearing, I opened the door. My throat was dry, and my hands were shaking. I walked around the cabin. There were footprints, clear ones, human, boots, I think, deep enough in the softer patches of moss to leave a solid shape. They circled the cabin, twice, then disappeared back into the woods. I got in my truck and left. I didn't pack everything. I just grabbed what I needed and drove. The dirt roads felt longer and rougher than before, but I didn't stop. Not once. I didn't even look in the rearview mirror. I drove until I found a signal. Then I pulled over and called the police. They didn't take it seriously at first. Said it was probably a hunter or a local messing around. Said it was common in remote places. But I made a report anyway. Later that week, a deputy called me. He said they checked the area, found the cabin, checked around. Nothing suspicious. No signs of people. No damage. He said it was probably just someone passing through. Nothing they could do. I never went back. Even now, months later, I still think about it. Sometimes I dream about that tree line, about that figure moving just barely in view. I try to convince myself it was just a person, just some drifter or lost hiker. But something about the way he moved, the way he watched without ever coming closer or saying anything, just silently circling the cabin night after night, feels worse than anything I can explain. It wasn't a ghost. It wasn't anything supernatural. It was a real person, and somehow that makes it even worse, because real people don't need a reason. They just need time, and I gave him 4 whole days. I had been working non-stop for the past 6 months without a break. My job kept me glued to a screen day and night. It had started to affect my sleep and my mood, so when I saw the calendar move into February, I decided I needed to get away from everything. From the city, the noise, the constant alerts on my phone. I wanted complete silence and isolation for a few days. A coworker had once told me about an old family cabin up in the mountains near Montana. He said it was a good place to go if you wanted to be alone. No phone signal, no neighbors for miles, no distractions. He hadn't been there in years, but he offered to let me use it if I wanted to. I jumped at the chance. I left on a Thursday morning. I packed the basics, enough food for a week, water jugs, flashlight, batteries, thick sleeping bag, first aid kit, some tools, extra gas, and layers of clothes. I also brought some firewood because I didn't want to waste time chopping trees out there in the cold. I had a small camping stove with me too, just in case. My car was a 4-wheel drive SUV with winter tires, so I felt confident driving into the mountains. The weather report had warned about light snow but didn't mention anything serious. There was a storm warning for the weekend, but I figured I'd be back by then. It was Thursday. I planned to return by Sunday morning. That gave me 3 nights out there. The drive up was beautiful. I passed through long stretches of forest, icy rivers, and winding roads with barely any traffic. By early afternoon, I reached the dirt trail that led up to the cabin. It was about 4 miles off the main road, hidden deep in the woods. The trees closed in on the path, and snow had already started to build up along the edges of the trail. I took it slow and steady. When I finally saw the cabin, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. It was small, just 1 story, made of old dark wood, with a steep roof covered in a thin layer of snow. There was a chimney sticking out on one side and a little front porch with 2 broken chairs. It looked old but solid. There were no other signs of life anywhere around it. No footprints, no tire tracks, nothing. I parked beside the cabin and carried everything inside in 2 trips. The inside was cold and dark, but it was clean. There was 1 large room with a fireplace, a table with 2 chairs, a small kitchenette, a single bed in the corner, and a storage closet. There was no electricity, no plumbing. I didn't expect any. I lit a few candles I had brought, got a fire going in the fireplace, and warmed up the inside. Felt cozy after an hour or so. The first night was peaceful. I made a simple meal with canned beans and bread, drank some tea, then sat near the fire with a thick blanket. I listened to the wind outside, which had started to pick up. Snow fell gently against the windows. I had never felt so disconnected, in a good way. No buzzing phones, no emails. Just the sound of fire crackling and wind whispering through trees. I slept early that night. The sleeping bag was warm, and the fire kept the cabin comfortable. I didn't even dream. The next morning, I stepped outside to a completely white world. It had snowed all night. My SUV was almost half buried already, and the path I drove in on was gone. I could barely even see where the trail had been. That worried me a little. I checked my phone, but of course there was no signal. I reminded myself I had 3 days worth of supplies, and the snow wasn't supposed to get heavy until Sunday. I thought maybe I'd leave Saturday instead of Sunday, just to be safe. I spent the day walking around the area, trying to keep track of my location. I didn't go far, maybe a half-mile radius. I looked at trees, marked one with a knife, took note of the landscape. The snow made everything look the same. I wanted to make sure I could find my way back to the cabin if something happened. I also checked my SUV and cleared off some of the snow. I started the engine to keep the battery warm. It worked fine. I let it run for a bit before shutting it off. That night, the wind was louder. It howled through the trees. I heard creaking sounds from the walls of the cabin, and once, I thought I heard something like footsteps outside, but I told myself it was probably a branch falling or snow shifting off the roof. I tried not to let it bother me, but the real problem started the next morning. On Saturday, I woke up to a completely buried vehicle. The snow hadn't just fallen. It had dumped through the night. At least 3 feet had piled up around everything. I looked outside and couldn't see the trail anymore. Trees looked bent and weighed down by snow. The sky was gray. I opened the cabin door and snow spilled in like a wave. I had to shovel it away just to step outside. I checked the weather radio I'd brought. It was one of those old crank-up kinds. The voice said a severe winter storm had hit earlier than expected. Roads were closed. Temperatures were dropping well below freezing. People were advised not to travel. I started to panic a little. The snow was deeper than my boots now. I tried walking to where the road should be, but I kept sinking in, sometimes up to my knees. I knew then I wasn't going anywhere. I wasn't getting out with my SUV. Not that day. Maybe not even the next. I had enough food. That wasn't the issue. It was the isolation and the cold that got into my head. The sun disappeared early that afternoon. By 4 p.m. it looked like night. The wind was worse than before. I stayed inside, keeping the fire going, but I noticed something strange after dark. Around 7 p.m., I heard what I thought were footsteps again, but this time they were slow and heavy. Not quick like an animal. They circled the cabin. I sat frozen near the fire, not moving, not breathing. The snow was deep. Whatever was out there had to be strong to walk through it. I thought maybe a moose or a bear, but they shouldn't be active in winter like this. The footsteps stopped near the back of the cabin. I didn't move for almost an hour after that. Then nothing, just silence and wind. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning, I went outside to check. There were deep holes in the snow like someone had walked in large boots. They went around the cabin right up to the back window. I checked the door. It was locked. Nothing was broken, no signs of a struggle. But those prints didn't look like any animal I knew. They were wide, deep, and spaced like human steps. But no one was supposed to be up here. The area was completely cut off. Even hunters avoided it in winter. I walked around for a bit and saw more tracks heading into the woods. I followed them for a few yards before stopping. It was cold, and the tracks vanished under fresh snow quickly. I backed off and returned to the cabin. The rest of Sunday was quiet, but I was constantly on edge. I kept checking the windows, kept listening. I barely touched my food. I kept the fire burning nonstop. That night, the storm came back even stronger. The wind slammed against the walls. The snow hit like bullets. I heard the sound of cracking trees far off, like something huge falling. Then, around midnight, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were slower, dragging. They moved up to the front of the cabin. I sat near the fireplace with my flashlight in one hand and a knife in the other. I turned off the light and sat in total darkness, listening. Then there was a knock. Just one knock. Not hard, like someone tapping with a single finger. I didn't move. My heart was hammering in my chest. I felt like throwing up. The knock didn't come again. I waited there until daylight. When the sun finally rose, I went outside slowly. No tracks, nothing. The wind had wiped everything clean. I knew I had to leave, even if I had to walk. I packed my bag with food and water, wrapped myself in layers, and decided to try to reach the road on foot. I locked the cabin behind me and started hiking through the snow. I barely made it a quarter mile before I saw something that made me stop. My own footprints weren't the only ones in the snow. There were more beside mine. Identical depth, same size, same direction, like someone had been walking beside me without me knowing. I turned around. Nothing. That was the last straw. I rushed back to the cabin and stayed locked inside the entire day. I boarded the windows from the inside with leftover wood. I only left to get firewood. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed by the fireplace, blade in my hand, eyes open. The next day, Monday, the snow had stopped. The sun was out, bright and clear. I shoveled out my SUV. Took me 5 hours straight. My hands were numb, my face raw from the cold. I finally cleared enough to open the door, start the engine, and back it out slowly. I followed what looked like the trail, inch by inch, using memory and instinct. By late afternoon, I reached the main road. It hadn't been cleared, but the snow was thinner. I kept driving, slowly, for almost 4 hours, until I saw a gas station in the distance. I pulled in, shaking, barely able to think. When I finally had a phone signal, I called for help. They told me the area I had been in had been closed due to avalanche risk. No one was supposed to be there. Not even the forest rangers were checking those areas. I never thought a simple getaway to an isolated cabin in the woods would turn into one of the most intense and frightening experiences of my life. I had been looking forward to a quiet escape from the constant hum of city living, a chance to clear my head, enjoy nature's simple beauty, and maybe do some reading by the fire. I planned a week away, armed with enough supplies, books, and a sturdy tent for any extra outings into the surrounding wild. But what began as a promise of serenity soon morphed into an ordeal that challenged every bit of my endurance and wits. I arrived at the cabin on a chilly October afternoon. The journey had been long, with winding back roads lined by dense clusters of evergreens, their needles heavy with dew, and bright autumn leaves scattered along the pavement. I remember the palpable silence that enveloped me as I stepped out of my car. There was a sense of stillness in the air, punctuated only by the rustle of dry leaves dancing across the forest floor. At first, that silence felt like peace, a welcome break from the ceaseless noise of daily life. Later, it would come to represent something entirely different. The cabin itself was modest but sturdy, built of weathered logs that had clearly withstood many seasons. Large windows offered panoramic views of the forest and a small lake, its surface shimmering in the dim light of the late afternoon sun. The stone chimney and wraparound porch gave it an inviting look. I locked the door behind me and set down my duffel bag with a sigh of relief. I was finally here, alone with the wild. My first day was spent unpacking and familiarizing myself with the place. I explored every corner of the cabin, noting the exposed beams, the creaky wooden floors, and the fireplace that had seen better days. I even discovered a small cellar with a few old barrels and some non-perishable food supplies, leftovers from previous tenants, perhaps, but certainly enough to get me through the week if necessary. Outside, I built a small fire pit near a clearing, and by sunset, I was cooking a simple dinner over an open flame while watching the sky change from bright gold to deep indigo. As twilight deepened into night, the calm was suddenly pierced by the shrill cry of a distant dog. I paused, wondering if there were any neighbors nearby. The sound echoed off the surrounding trees and sent a shiver up my spine. I dismissed it as perhaps a stray animal in the wilderness, but the noise lingered in my thoughts as I lay awake that night, the silence of the woods taking on an eerie quality. The following morning, I woke to the sound of persistent rain tapping against the roof. Instead of feeling disheartened, I made the best of the weather by taking a walk along the perimeter of the property. My raincoat zipped up to my chin as I trudged along a narrow, muddy path. The forest was dense and dark under the heavy clouds, and the only light filtering through was a timid glow that barely broke through the canopy overhead. I noted how the rain smoothed out the rough edges of the bark on trees and made the ground soft and spongy underfoot, a stark contrast to the hardened pavement of the city. The sound of droplets colliding with leaves and the distant gurgle of a small stream created a constant, lulling rhythm. While strolling, I discovered a small creek where the water flowed hurriedly, swollen by the rain. I sat on a large, moss-covered rock and simply listened, feeling small against the timeless flow of nature. That quiet moment of solitude was both comforting and disquieting. The forest seemed alive with secrets, and I couldn't help but wonder what old stories were hidden in its depths. Still, I pushed away any unsettling thoughts, reminding myself that I was safe in this quiet place with no one but nature for company. That afternoon, as the rain began to ease, I decided to check the cabin's surrounding area for firewood. I walked deep into the woods, the path less defined now and more a series of random tracks among dense underbrush. I had almost lost track of time, so enveloped was I in the effort to gather enough logs for a couple of nights' fires. As I ascended a small hill, I noticed tracks in the wet earth, footprints clearly human. They weren't in any particular order, nor were they fresh enough to indicate recent activity. A chill ran down my spine, but I reassured myself that the woods attracted occasional hikers or hunters, nothing more sinister. I collected a few logs and made my way back to the cabin with a sense of unease gnawing at my thoughts. Back at the cabin, I carefully stacked the firewood near the door. I couldn't shake the strange feeling that I was being watched. Every creak of the old house, every rustle from the trees outside, now took on a more ominous tone. In the evenings, as I sat by the fire reading or jotting down notes in a journal, the silence outside would be punctuated by unexpected sounds. The occasional snap of a branch or the rustling of leaves in the wind. My imagination began to run wild, though I was determined to attribute these noises to natural causes, to the caprices of the wind or the inherent movements of the forest at night. On the third day, the weather took another turn. The skies darkened again, and heavy clouds rolled in, blanketing the area in gray. I spent the day inside, fixing up minor repairs in the cabin and reading a book by the dim light of an oil lamp. As dusk approached, I ventured out to take in the view of the autumn forest one last time before the impending storm. The wind was picking up, and I could see the rain starting to lash against the trees. The journey back to the cabin was slower than usual. I slipped on wet leaves, and for a moment, lost my footing near a shallow ditch. Anxiety surged, but I steadied myself and pressed onward. The storm was coming, and I prayed that I would be back at the safety of the cabin before the worst of it hit. The storm hit with relentless force. Rain pounded the roof in a constant, drumming sound that drowned out any other noise. The wind howled, bending the trees dangerously close, and sometimes it felt as if the entire forest were groaning under the onslaught. Inside the cabin, I lit a fire in the fireplace and tried to read, but the oppressive sound of the storm left me uneasy. The wind's fury seemed to shake the very foundations of the cabin. At times, I sat silently in a dark corner, listening intently, trying to decipher the various noises, each one turning into an ominous portent in my mind. As the hours passed and the storm raged on, I began noticing small but unsettling inconsistencies. There were times when the sound of the rain had gaps, as if something was intermittently blocking the downpour outside. When I looked out the window, I could see thick sheets of rain, but sometimes, amid the darkness, I caught a glimpse of movement, a figure running among the trees, quickly disappearing into the shadows. I tried to convince myself it was simply a trick of the light, or perhaps an animal startled by the storm. Yet, as midnight approached, the feeling that something was amiss grew stronger. I decided to investigate. Cautiously, I stepped out with a flashlight, despite the howling wind and the chilling rain. Every step I took on the sodden ground was laden with trepidation. I moved slowly along the porch, my beam of light scanning the immediate surroundings of the cabin. I remember the uncertainty that gripped me as I peered out into the black expanse. For a long moment, I thought I saw a shadow dart behind a tree near the edge of the property. But when I called out, the wind swallowed my voice and the figure was gone. I returned inside, my heart pounding, unwilling to dwell on every unsettled detail for too long. The next day, after the storm subsided, I left the cabin to explore the near surroundings in search of any signs that might explain what I had experienced last night. The forest was washed clean of the dark, viscous rain. The air smelled of wet earth and pine, and everything seemed to glisten under the weak winter sun. I followed a narrow, waterlogged trail that led deeper into the woods, across a small bridge that spanned a swollen creek. The forest floor was a mosaic of puddles and mud, and the aftermath of the storm was evident in the fallen branches and uprooted trees. The path seemed less traveled now, and I couldn't shake the impression that someone, or something, had been moving through these woods. During my exploration, I came across a small clearing with remnants of what looked like an old campsite. There were scattered ashes in a stone circle and a few rusted utensils half buried in the mud. I carefully examined the area, trying to piece together a narrative. It appeared that the site had been abandoned in haste, but there was no sign of struggle, only signs that someone had left in a hurry. I collected a few items in hopes that they might provide clues about who had been there and why they might have fled. My rational mind told me that such things happened all the time in remote parts of the country, but the feeling of being followed along that path returned with renewed intensity as I trekked back to the cabin. Over the next few days, I maintained a routine that began to feel both comforting and suffocating. I spent the mornings gathering firewood, checking windows and doors, and scanning the horizon for any unusual activity. Even as I tried to resume my daily tasks, the memory of the storm and the fleeting figures in the night haunted me. Every creak in the floorboards and every distant rustle of leaves kept me alert, as if I were on constant guard. I began to worry that the isolation I went up to the cabin in mid-October. The weather was starting to cool down, but not enough to keep me from enjoying the peace of the woods. The cabin belonged to my uncle, who let me use it whenever I needed to get away. It was deep in the forest, about a 2-hour drive from the main road, and the last 40 minutes were over rough dirt paths that barely counted as roads. I packed for 2 weeks. Food, water, sleeping bag, matches, 2 knives, a .22 rifle for squirrels if I needed, and some books. I brought extra batteries for my flashlight and kept a small axe inside the cabin, just in case. I wasn't expecting any problems. I just wanted quiet. The first day went just like I wanted. I got there before sunset, chopped a little wood, and made a small fire in the iron stove inside. I boiled water for some coffee and sat at the small wooden table by the front window. The trees outside were turning yellow and red. The sun disappeared behind them slowly, and after a while, the only thing I could see from the window was my own reflection. The night was cold but not unbearable. I kept the fire going and listened to the wind. There were no animals nearby that night, which was a little strange. Usually, I'd hear owls or the distant cracking of twigs under deer hooves. But that night, nothing, just wind. The second day started early. I took a walk along the creek about a 1/4 mile from the cabin. I followed it north until it split into a few smaller channels and disappeared into some thick brush. I didn't go much farther. I turned back and noticed something small that I hadn't noticed on the way out. A clear shoe print in the mud. It wasn't mine. I hadn't come that way before, and even if I had, the print looked fresh. It still had defined edges and hadn't filled in with water or dirt. I stared at it for a while. It wasn't large, maybe size 10 or 11. It had a worn heel and looked like it came from a work boot. At first, I didn't think much of it. Hunters came through the area sometimes, though it wasn't hunting season yet. Still, people wandered through the woods more often than I realized. That's what I told myself, but it stuck in the back of my mind the rest of the day. That night, I checked the cabin door 3 times before sleeping. It had a simple latch, not a lock. The window had wooden shutters I could close from the inside, which I did, even though I liked falling asleep with them open. I kept my rifle next to the bedroll. Nothing happened that night, but the next morning, I stepped outside and saw something that made me freeze. Another boot print, just like the one near the creek. This one was maybe 20 feet from the cabin, in the patch of dirt near the axe stump, pointed toward the door. I didn't panic right away. I stood there for a while, just looking. I tried to think logically. Maybe it was from a few days ago, and I hadn't noticed it. But I knew I would have seen it. It was too close, too clear. The heel was still crisp. No leaves blown into it, no water pooled in it. It was new. I walked the area around the cabin, checking for other prints. I found 3 more. One behind the outhouse, one to the side of the cabin near the window I usually kept open during the day, and one on the path leading back toward the creek. That one was going away from the cabin. Whoever it was, they had been circling the place. Watching, maybe waiting. I didn't have cell signal out there. The only communication was a radio my uncle left that could send out to the ranger station about 25 miles out. But I didn't want to jump to conclusions. I told myself I'd wait one more night, and if I saw anything else, I'd try the radio. That evening, I didn't go far. I sat inside, kept the fire small so the light wouldn't show through the cracks, and left the rifle across my knees. I left the lamp off. I just waited. Around 1:30 in the morning, I heard it, crunching, like leaves under a slow, careful foot. Then nothing. Then another step. It was faint, like someone was trying to move without sound. But the ground was dry, and leaves were everywhere. You couldn't walk silently out here even if you tried. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I sat still for at least 15 minutes, listening. The footsteps would come and go, sometimes close, sometimes farther off. Then I heard it, a small, soft tap on the window shutter. Just once. I didn't move. The fire had burned low, and the cabin was dark. Maybe he thought I was asleep. Maybe he thought no one was inside. No more sounds came after that. Not for hours. I sat upright until the sun began to rise. As soon as it was light enough, I opened the door and walked around the cabin. There were new tracks, fresh ones, closer than before. One was just under the window. One was by the door. One set went off into the woods again, the same direction as the creek. I packed my bag and walked straight to the radio in the back room. I turned it on, but the thing buzzed and hissed with static. I moved the antenna around, tried all the channels. Nothing. I sat there staring at it for a long time. Then I grabbed my pack and rifle and left the cabin. I hiked a mile out toward the ridge that sometimes gave me enough signal for a text. I tried my phone. Still no bars. I walked back slow, keeping my eyes and ears open the whole time. I didn't see anything. No movement. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat on the floor with the rifle, listening. I didn't hear anything until just after 3 a.m. Then I heard the door handle. Not just footsteps this time. Not taps. He tried the handle. He turned it slowly, carefully. It was latched and the wood creaked under the pressure. But he didn't try to force it, just tested it. I raised the rifle and aimed at the door. I didn't fire. I just waited. A minute passed, then 5. I heard slow steps again, moving away, and then silence. At first light, I opened the door and scanned the tree line. No one. I walked the perimeter and found the prints again. Same boots. This time I also found something new. A strip of cloth, stuck on a branch just to the left of the door. It looked like part of a jacket sleeve. Green canvas. The edge was torn, not cut. I brought it inside and sat there with it in my hand for hours. That was enough. I packed up everything. I didn't care how early it was. I loaded everything onto my back and left. But here's the worst part. When I got to the trailhead, just before where the car was parked behind the thicket, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A cigarette butt, still warm. I hadn't smoked in years. I knew it wasn't mine. I stepped into the trees and circled around quietly, keeping low. When I got close to where the car was, I saw him. He was sitting on the hood, middle-aged, unshaven, with a green canvas jacket and tan work boots, just sitting there like he was waiting. I crouched behind a tree and waited. He smoked another cigarette. Then he stood up, looked around slowly, and walked off into the trees. I didn't move until I couldn't hear him anymore. Then I ran to the car, started it, and didn't stop driving until I reached the nearest gas station, almost an hour away. I told the police, filed a report, gave them everything, the cloth, the story, even the boot print photos I'd taken. They told me they'd send someone to check it out, but I never got a follow-up. A few weeks later, I got a call from my uncle. He said someone had broken into the cabin. Nothing was taken, nothing destroyed, just things moved around. Boots by the door, food gone, the back shutter taken off, and worst of all, someone had nailed a strip of green canvas to the front door. I never went back. I was 35 when I first rented that old cabin deep in the forested edge of Montana. I had just left my job. Not fired, not laid off, just done. I worked in tech support for over a decade, and one morning, I stared at my screen and realized I couldn't do it anymore. No breakdown, no midlife crisis, just a quiet end. I packed everything I needed into the back of my SUV and drove west until there was no traffic, no emails, no people. Just trees and space and time. The cabin wasn't one of those fancy wooden homes you see in vacation magazines. It was a box. For walls, a sloped tin roof, a porch with a wooden chair that sagged in the middle. I found it through an old listing online. The man who rented it to me was older, said he didn't come out there anymore because of his knees. I paid him 6 months up front. The rent was cheap because there was no Wi-Fi, no cell signal, no utilities except for a propane tank and a wood-burning stove. I didn't mind. I wanted out. The drive up the dirt road to the cabin was rough. I remember the first time I climbed that hill, how the trees thickened, swallowing the path in branches and pine needles. The road twisted through the forest until I couldn't see the sky anymore. My tires slipped in places and I had to back up and try again. But I liked the isolation. It felt like the world had stopped existing beyond those woods. When I got there, I walked around the cabin slowly. The wood was gray and worn, the windows streaked with years of dust and sap. The front porch creaked when I stepped on it. Inside was a single room, kitchen, bed, small table with stove. A narrow bathroom to the side with a composting toilet. It smelled like dry rot and old dirt, but I could tell no one had broken in. Everything was just untouched. That first night, I sat on the porch with a mug of black coffee and listened to the wind pushing through the trees. It was quiet in a way I wasn't used to. No hum of streetlights, no passing cars, no distant voices, just the woods whispering. I spent my first week settling in. I chopped wood for the stove, cleaned out the fridge, even though I didn't plan on using it much without power. I brought canned food, protein bars, a couple of coolers filled with dry ice to keep perishables fresh for a few weeks. I boiled water from the nearby stream, added purification tablets. I read books. I wrote in a notebook. I let my brain slow down. On the 7th day, I noticed the door in the floor. It was a small square in the middle of the cabin's hardwood floor, about 3 feet wide. I hadn't seen it before because I had stacked my bags on top of it. When I moved them to sweep, I saw the lines. Faint, like someone had sanded it to blend in. There was no handle, just a small notch where you could wedge your fingers in and lift. I stared at it for a long time before touching it. When I finally did, the wood was stiff. I had to use a screwdriver to pry it up. It creaked loudly when it opened, the hinges resisting. Below was a dark hole. No stairs, just a wooden ladder nailed to the wall going straight down. I didn't go down that first day. I closed the hatch, placed my bags back on top, and sat on the porch until it got dark. I told myself it was probably just an old storage space, maybe a root cellar or a crawl space, something normal, something harmless. But that night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought about that dark hole in the floor. I kept hearing things, scraping, knocking, like something was shifting underneath me. I got up at one point and shined my flashlight through the hatch, but the beam didn't hit the bottom. It just vanished into blackness. The next morning, I went into town and bought a rope, a headlamp, and a backpack. I told myself I just wanted to see how deep it was. That's all. I tied the rope to the kitchen table and lowered it down the hatch. I fed out over 40 feet before the end hit something solid. I pulled it back up and saw dirt on the end. So it wasn't just a cellar. It was deep, and it led into the ground. I decided to go down. I wore the headlamp and packed extra batteries, a first aid kit, and a folding knife. My heart thumped as I climbed into the hole. The ladder was old, but it held my weight. Each rung creaked under my boots, dust falling around me. The air got colder as I descended, damper, like the smell of wet earth after rain. When I reached the bottom, I saw that the dirt floor stretched out into a tunnel. It was just tall enough for me to walk without crouching. The walls were supported by rotting beams, nailed crudely into the packed soil. The tunnel didn't look natural. It had been dug out by hand. I walked forward slowly, each step crunching on gravel and loose dirt. My headlamp flickered once and I stopped. The silence was heavy, thick, like the ground was pressing in on me. I could hear my breathing bouncing off the walls. After maybe 30 feet, I found a door. It wasn't wood. It was metal, rusted and dented, with a broken handle and a dent where someone had hit it hard, maybe with a hammer. Pushed it. It groaned and swung inward. Beyond the door was a small room. The floor was concrete. There were metal shelves along the walls, most of them empty. In the corner, there was an old desk, and on it, a radio, the kind with big knobs and an antenna. It looked military. There were thick wires running along the ceiling and down the wall into a large battery box. Everything was coated in dust. I walked over to the desk and looked at the papers scattered across it. Most were yellowed and unreadable. Water damage had warped the pages, but I found one that was clear enough to make out. It was a map, a hand-drawn one showing a network of tunnels beneath the cabin. Some led off the page deeper into the ground. One section had been circled in red ink, and next to it, written in shaky letters, was a single word: asterisk, asterisk, keep asterisk, asterisk. That was all. Just keep. I stared at it for a long time. The paper felt dry in my hands. I folded it and shoved it in my pocket. I didn't explore further that day. I went back up the ladder, closed the hatch, and pushed my table back over it. I didn't sleep that night either. I just laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening, waiting. The next morning, I heard something down there. It was early, still dark outside. I was heating water on the stove when the sound came. A dull bang, then another, then silence, like something was moving down below. Not fast, slow, heavy. I sat still for hours after that, just listening. I didn't open the hatch for 3 days. I told myself I imagined it, that maybe a tree root collapsed part of the tunnel, that animals could have gotten in. I tried to ignore the sounds, but they got worse, louder, scraping, thumping. I started to feel vibrations through the floor, like something was crawling just beneath me. On the 4th night, I couldn't take it anymore. I opened the hatch. The air that came out was sour, like rot and rust. I tied the rope to the table again, put on my headlamp, and went down. The tunnel looked the same, but the door was open wider. I stepped into the room again, and this time, I noticed something new. There were footprints in the dirt. Not mine. Too big, too wide, bare feet. Deep heel prints like someone had been dragging one leg. They led into the next tunnel, the one past the map room. I followed them. The tunnel grew narrower. The walls closed in until I had to duck. The ceiling dripped with moisture. My boots slipped in the mud. The tracks kept going. I followed them for what felt like half an hour, maybe more. Time didn't feel real down there. Eventually, I came to another door. This one was wood, thick, reinforced with iron bands. It was cracked open. Inside was a small chamber, concrete walls, a metal cot bolted to the floor, shackles on the wall, a table with straps. I stood there for a long time, staring at it all, trying to make sense of it. Then I saw the writing, scratched into the wall, over and over. "He won't stay dead," dozens of times. Different handwriting, some carved deep, others just faint scratches. I turned and left. I didn't run, but I walked fast. I didn't look back. I climbed the ladder and sealed the hatch. This time I nailed it shut. I pushed the table over it and stacked heavy boxes on top. I kept the hammer next to my bed, but the sounds didn't stop. They got louder. That night, something pounded on the hatch. I stared at it for hours. The banging came in bursts, followed by silence. Then more banging, like fists, or a body. The next day, I packed my things. I loaded my car and drove to town. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't call the man who rented it to me. I didn't go back. That was 7 years ago. I still have the map. I keep it in a locked box. Sometimes I look at it. I trace the tunnels with my finger. I wonder who built them, why they dug so deep, why they locked someone or something down there, but I never wonder what was pounding on the hatch, because I already know, and I don't want to remember his face. I don't really remember the exact moment when I decided that going to the cabin was the right thing to do. My head was fogged up for weeks. I wasn't sleeping right. I couldn't focus at work. There were too many people around me all the time, and the noise felt like it was pressing down on my chest. I had this weird feeling for a while, like I was always being watched, even in crowded places. I needed to get away, not to a hotel, not a city. I needed the woods. I needed somewhere with no people, no distractions, no buzz of machines, just quiet. A friend had told me about this place about 6 months back. He used to go there to fish and be alone. It was this small wooden cabin deep in a forest about 5 hours from the city. He wasn't using it anymore and said I could take the keys whenever I wanted. I had kept that in the back of my mind. That's where I ended up going. The drive out there was long, but I didn't mind it. It gave me time to settle my thoughts. Most of the road was highway, but the last hour or so was all back roads and dirt paths. No street lights, no signs. I had to keep my eyes on the map I printed out. There was no cell signal out that far, and my car's GPS didn't load past a certain point. Trees lined the narrow road, getting denser the farther I went. Eventually, I reached a clearing and saw the old wooden cabin. It wasn't anything fancy, just one floor for small windows, a porch out front with 2 old chairs, and a heavy wooden door. The outside was worn but solid. The roof was low and covered in brown shingles that had faded over the years. The trees grew right up close to it. The nearest town was about 30 miles away. I was fully alone. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. It smelled like dust and wood. Everything inside was simple. One main room, a bed on the far side, a wood stove, a small table with 2 chairs, a tiny kitchen area with an old sink and cabinets. No fridge, no electricity. There was a small generator out back if I needed light at night, but I planned to just use candles and the daylight. There was a bathroom in a separate shed out back, about 20 feet from the cabin. It had a compost toilet and a small water tank hooked up for the sink. I dropped my bags and took a look around. Everything felt untouched, quiet, still. I hadn't felt that level of silence in years. I sat on the edge of the bed and just breathed. The first night was uneventful. I unpacked, lit a few candles, cooked some canned beans and rice on the old propane stove, and sat outside as the sun went down. It got cold fast after dark, but I had brought warm clothes. I kept a fire going in the wood stove overnight, and though the cabin creaked a bit, I slept hard, probably better than I had in weeks. The next morning, I woke up with the sun. I made instant coffee on the stove and went out to explore. The trees were thick and tall, old-growth forest. Pine needles and wet moss covered the ground. I walked about a mile in each direction, just learning the area. The forest felt dense but not threatening. No trash, no sounds of machines, just birds, wind, and the occasional creak of branches. When I got back to the cabin, I chopped some wood with the old axe I found behind the shed, then spent the rest of the day reading and writing in a notebook. I wanted to just be off the grid and let my mind settle. But on the second night, I noticed something strange. It started with a sound outside. Around midnight, I was already in bed, reading with a headlamp. The fire was low but still glowing. I heard a soft crack, like a branch snapping, not too close but close enough. At first, I didn't think much of it. Deer maybe, or a raccoon. But then I heard it again. A slow, deliberate crunch of dry leaves, like someone walking, came from behind the cabin. Then it stopped. I turned off the headlamp and sat still. I didn't move for a few minutes. I stared out the window beside the bed, but it was too dark to see anything. I kept waiting to hear another sound. Nothing came, just that same silence from before. I told myself it was probably just an animal and went to sleep. The next morning, I went out back. I walked around the edge of the trees, scanning the ground. I found a few broken twigs, but nothing else. I shook it off. I spent that day hiking farther out. Found a small creek about 2 miles away and sat there for a while. Didn't see anyone. Didn't hear anything strange. When I got back, I did a check around the cabin before going inside. Everything seemed normal. That night, it happened again. Around the same time, a soft crunching noise came from the front this time, near the porch. I was sitting at the table writing when I heard it. I froze, held my breath. The steps were slow, maybe 3 or 4. Then they stopped. I blew out the candle and waited in the dark. My heart was pounding. I crawled toward the window and looked out, but the moon was behind the trees. I couldn't see anything. I stayed like that for almost an hour, but I never heard the steps again. I finally got back in bed, barely slept. The next morning, I looked for footprints. I didn't see any, but the ground was dry and full of pine needles. Not the best surface for tracks. I checked the porch. The axe was still there. Nothing was moved. I started feeling paranoid. Was someone messing with me? I hadn't seen a soul in days. There were no other cabins in the area. I thought maybe some hunter had wandered by. But why come up to the cabin and just stop? Why not knock? Or say something? I had left no sign of being here. I was starting to think maybe someone had seen my car when I drove in and followed me later on foot. I kept going back over it in my head. That day, I went back to the creek and tried to relax, but I kept looking over my shoulder. Every sound started to feel wrong. I barely ate that night. I just sat in the chair by the wood stove and waited. This time, the sound came earlier, just after dark. I heard it plain and clear. Footsteps on the porch. 5 steps, then nothing. I didn't move. I stared at the door. Then came the softest knock. Just once. It was so light I almost thought I imagined it. But I didn't. I waited in total silence. I sat there for what felt like forever. I didn't breathe. I didn't blink. I didn't hear anything else. Eventually, I grabbed the axe and stood by the door, waiting. I didn't open it. I didn't turn on the light. I just stood there. No other sound came. I didn't sleep at all. By sunrise, I opened the door and stepped out slowly, axe in hand. Nothing. Just trees. Birds chirping. The wind. But this time, I saw something new. A single boot print on the corner of the porch. It wasn't mine. The sole was wider and had a different pattern. It was fresh. That was when I decided I couldn't stay another night. Something was wrong. Someone was out there. I packed up fast. I shoved everything into my bags, loaded the car, and looked around the whole area one last time. I felt watched. I could feel it in my back. I started the car and began to drive out. The dirt road twisted through the woods. I kept checking the mirror. After about 10 minutes, just as I passed a bend in the road, I saw something in the rear view. Someone was standing in the middle of the road. I slammed the brakes. My heart went straight into my throat. I couldn't see their face. They were standing still, not moving, just standing there. I didn't wait to see more. I hit the gas and sped down the path. My hands were shaking the whole time. I didn't stop until I hit the main road. I didn't even stop for gas. I drove straight home. When I got back to the city, I didn't tell anyone. I didn't know what to say. There was no proof, no pictures, no sound recordings. But I knew what I saw. I knew what I heard. 2 days later, I got a text from the friend who owned the cabin. He said he had gone up there to check on the place and found signs that someone had broken in. A chair was moved. The door had scrape marks, and he found empty food wrappers around the shed out back. Stuff he didn't recognize. I told him I had been there. He asked if I had seen anyone. I said no. But the truth was, I still don't know who was out there. I don't know what they wanted. I don't know if they were just watching or planning something worse. I never went back. He ended up selling the cabin a few months later. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, thinking I hear footsteps outside my window. And even though I'm back in the city, with people all around me and lights on every street, I still keep an axe next to my bed. just in case. It was early October when I decided to spend a week alone in a small cabin I had rented in the woods of northern Michigan. I had been feeling burnt out for a while, both mentally and physically, and thought some quiet isolation in nature would help reset things. The cabin wasn't fancy. It had one bedroom, a small kitchen, a living room with a wood-burning stove, and a covered porch. It sat about 6 miles off a dirt road, surrounded by trees on all sides, no neighbors in sight, no Wi-Fi, no cell service. That was the point. I arrived late in the afternoon on a Sunday. I remember the air smelled like dried leaves and wet dirt. The gravel road to the cabin was bumpy and narrow, and I had to drive slow to avoid the deep potholes. When I parked my car and stepped out, it felt quiet in a way that city silence never is. No cars, no planes, no people. Just trees swaying, an occasional chirp, maybe a squirrel darting up a trunk. It was good. I stood there for a few minutes before grabbing my bags and heading in. The cabin was cleaner than I expected. It smelled like old wood and lemon cleaner. I dropped my bags inside and opened some windows to let in the fresh air. I didn't unpack much, just my clothes, some canned food, a small camp stove, and a few tools. I had brought a cooler of perishables, but I planned to eat simple meals. I also brought a hatchet, a large flashlight, a few batteries, a first aid kit, and a .38 revolver I kept for emergencies. That first night, I built a fire in the stove and read a book under a dim lamp. Around 9 p.m., I turned everything off and went to bed. I left one window cracked in the bedroom. The sounds of the wind and forest lulled me to sleep quickly. I woke up once during the night to pee, around 3 a.m., and as I stood at the toilet in the tiny bathroom, I thought I heard something shift outside, like a branch snapping, followed by a crunch in the leaves. I paused, waited, but nothing else came. Probably a deer or a raccoon. I went back to bed and didn't wake again until morning. The second day was quiet. I spent most of it walking through the woods near the cabin. Not far, just following animal paths and stopping to look at moss or mushrooms or odd-shaped trees. I found a small stream about half a mile out and sat there for a while, tossing stones into it and watching the water break over them. Around 4 p.m., I walked back to the cabin. The air was getting colder than I expected, so I gathered some firewood from a pile the owners had stacked near the side of the cabin. That evening, while making a simple meal of beans and bread, I noticed something strange. A screw on the wall in the living room, it had something hanging from it, a faded old coat hook, was halfway out. It was sticking out more than I remembered. I was sure it had been flush against the wood earlier. I walked over and touched it. It wiggled freely, like it had been loosened. I thought maybe the wood had dried out or shifted from the fire's heat. I pressed it back in with my thumb and forgot about it. That night, something woke me around 1 a.m. It was faint but sharp. A light knocking sound. Not loud, not frantic. Just a dull, repeated knock-knock. Knock, knock. I lay still in bed, straining to hear. It wasn't coming from the door or windows. It was inside, maybe the kitchen. I got up, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped out into the hallway. I didn't turn on the lights. The knocking had stopped. I stood for a full minute, listening. Nothing. I turned on the light over the kitchen sink and checked the room. Nothing was out of place. I walked into the living room and scanned the space. And that's when I saw another screw sticking out of the wall, this one in the far corner under a small shelf. It had been halfway out. I was sure of it. I pushed it in with the butt of my flashlight. The next morning, I checked the 2 screws again. Both were flush in the wood, unmoved. I brushed it off. Maybe the temperature changes were affecting the wood. That made sense, right? The cabin was old. Creaked a lot even when I walked gently. I didn't worry about it. I spent the day exploring a different part of the woods. I found an old hunting blind, long abandoned, with some rusted cans inside. When I got back to the cabin in the afternoon, the air smelled of smoke, like someone had lit a fire nearby. But I didn't see anyone, no fresh tire tracks on the gravel road. That night, I kept the revolver closer, just in case. I left it on the nightstand. Again, I was woken by a faint sound. This time it was different. Not knocking. It was a dragging sound, like something scraping slowly across a hard surface. I lay there, heart starting to race. I waited. The sound stopped. I got up and moved quietly down the hallway. The living room lamp was still off, so I clicked on my flashlight. 4 screws were sticking halfway out of the wood walls, each from a different spot. One in the corner under the window, one near the door, one above the stove, one right next to the ceiling beam. All of them were screwed in cleanly earlier. I hadn't touched those. I hadn't even noticed those before. I slowly walked to each one and pushed them back in. I didn't like the way they moved. Not loose like old hardware, but like they'd just been turned with a screwdriver. My chest felt tight. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. In the morning, I got up and checked every wall. There were now 8 screws total around the cabin, most of them old brass or steel. They looked like they had been used to hang things, hooks, lamps, maybe shelves. I pressed on each one, all firm, nothing out of the ordinary, but I felt something had shifted in the air. I can't explain it well. It felt like the cabin didn't want me to be there. I ate cold beans and some crackers. I didn't feel like lighting the stove. I walked the road back to where I had parked the car earlier in the week, just to check. It was fine, untouched, but I kept thinking about the smell of smoke from the day before. Was someone nearby? Was someone watching the cabin? When I got back, it was nearly dark again. I went inside and locked the door. I even placed a chair under the knob. I sat up until midnight with the flashlight in my lap and the revolver beside me. My nerves were frayed, but I told myself again and again, it's just a cabin. It's old. It's shifting. There's no one out here. Around 2 a.m., I started to hear it again. The knocking, then the dragging, then something like a soft metallic twist, like someone turning a screwdriver slowly into wood. I stood and moved through the cabin room by room. In the kitchen, 2 screws were out again. In the bedroom, 1 more was pulled halfway. But this time, I noticed something worse. There was a new screw. It wasn't in any spot I'd seen before. It was in the hallway, freshly embedded near the floor, where there hadn't been anything the day before. It was a different color too. Shiny. New. I crouched and touched it. My stomach turned. The wood around it was slightly splintered, like it had just been forced in. I stepped back, stared at it, then turned on every light in the cabin. I stayed awake the rest of the night. By morning, I had decided I would leave. I didn't care how much time was left on the rental. I packed what I could quickly, threw the rest in a pile by the door, and went out to the car. As I drove down the gravel road, I kept checking the rearview mirror. Nothing followed. No one stood watching, but the feeling in my stomach didn't go away. Back home, I tried to explain it to myself over and over. Maybe I was just on edge. Maybe being alone in the woods for that long had played tricks on my mind. But here's the thing that won't leave me alone. A week later, I got a message from the owner of the cabin. It was short. They said they found damage inside, that screws had been pulled out all around the walls. Some were missing. New holes had been drilled. They asked if I had done any repairs while I was there. I hadn't replied, because I knew I hadn't touched those new screws, and I'm almost certain they weren't repairing anything. They were building something, or sealing something in. I don't think I was supposed to stop them. I went to the mountains to get away from everything. I wasn't running from something dramatic like a divorce or some life tragedy. Just burnt out from work and sick of staring at screens all day, every day. My job back in the city had become this non-stop grind of calls, deadlines, emails, and more calls. Everything felt loud all the time. Even at night, I would lie in bed and hear a buzzing in my ears like my brain couldn't shut off. That's when I decided to take 2 weeks off and head somewhere quiet. I found a small off-grid cabin listed for rent online. It was about 4 hours out from the city, deep into the mountains in a pretty isolated spot. The pictures showed tall trees, a clear lake nearby, a wood stove, and just enough basics to stay alive. No cell service, no internet, no neighbors. Exactly what I needed. I packed my old SUV with enough supplies to last me through the 2 weeks. Canned food, bottled water, some freeze-dried meals, a few books, a solar-powered battery pack, and a rifle I barely knew how to use, mostly for peace of mind. My dad gave it to me years ago, and I'd only taken it to the range twice. I brought it anyway because the listing said there were bears in the area and I figured it would help me sleep better. The drive out was long but peaceful. As I got deeper into the hills, I passed fewer houses and even fewer cars. The paved road gave way to gravel, then eventually narrowed into a dirt path just barely wide enough for one vehicle. The final stretch wound through thick woods, up a small incline, and eventually opened to a clearing. That's where I saw the cabin for the first time. It was small and plain, made from dark, weathered wood with a slightly slanted tin roof and one small porch out front. There was a stack of firewood beside the steps and a rusted axe leaning against the wall. The windows had thick wooden shutters, and the only light came from two dusty solar lanterns mounted beside the door. There was no driveway, just a flattened patch of grass where I parked. It felt exactly like what I needed, quiet, cold, and far away from anyone. I hauled my gear inside, set up my cot and sleeping bag in the single room that served as bedroom and living room, and checked out the basics. The cabin had a small kitchenette with a gas stove that worked off a propane tank out back, a wood-burning stove for heat, and a narrow bathroom with a compost toilet. There was no running water, just a large plastic drum with a spout for washing hands and brushing teeth. It wasn't luxury, but it worked. For the first few days, everything was perfect. I woke up with the sun, drank coffee out on the porch, went for long walks through the trees, and read books I hadn't touched in years. I didn't see another soul. No cars, no planes, no hikers. Just the sound of wind moving through the trees and the occasional squirrel or bird. My mind felt clearer than it had in months. But on the fourth night, something started to feel off. I was sitting on the porch just after sunset, listening to the crickets and finishing a can of beans when I heard a sound I hadn't heard before. It wasn't an animal sound or the creak of a branch. It was the sound of something stepping on leaves. One or two slow steps, then nothing. At first, I assumed it was a deer or something harmless. I waited, listening, but didn't hear it again. I went back inside and latched the front door, even though the nearest house was probably miles away. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the wooden walls or groan of the tin roof made me sit up and listen. I tried to tell myself I was just being paranoid, adjusting to the silence after years of city noise, but something about the way those leaves had crunched stuck in my head. It didn't sound like an animal. It sounded like a person trying to move slowly. The next morning, I went out to where I thought the sound had come from. There was a patch of brush about 20 feet away, and the ground was soft from the rain 2 days earlier. I didn't see anything at first, but then I noticed something in the dirt, an impression that looked too clean to be natural, like a heel. The edges weren't sharp, but it definitely looked like a partial boot print. I stood there for a while staring at it, trying to convince myself it wasn't what I thought. It was probably mine from a walk the day before, I told myself. But the shape didn't match the tread on my hiking boots, and I hadn't been in that patch of woods at all. That's when the unease started to creep in. I spent the rest of the day going through my supplies, making sure nothing had been touched or moved. Everything looked normal. The car was locked, the food was untouched. But I started keeping the rifle loaded and nearby, even when I was inside. The following nights got worse. On the sixth night, I woke up just past midnight and swore I heard something scrape against the wall outside. It wasn't loud, just a faint dragging sound, like someone running a stick along the side of the cabin. I sat completely still in the dark, heart pounding, ears straining for more. After maybe a minute, it stopped. I didn't hear anything else. No footsteps, no breaking branches, just silence. In the morning, I checked that wall. Nothing was damaged, but there were a few smudges in the dirt at the base, like someone's boot had scuffed the soil. I walked the perimeter of the cabin, and that's when I saw something else. Up near the tree line, maybe 30 yards out, I spotted a piece of fabric caught on a branch. It was green, like part of a jacket. I went over and pulled it loose. It was a torn piece of canvas, maybe 3 inches long, frayed along the edge. It wasn't mine. That night, I didn't sleep. I kept the lights off, sat near the window with the rifle across my lap, and listened. Around 2 a.m., I heard it again. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Crunch. Pause. Crunch. Closer than before. I stayed still, barely breathing, my eyes on the dark forest outside the window. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear it. Then I heard something soft, like breathing. Not mine. Outside, just beyond the window. I raised the rifle and pointed it toward the sound, even though I couldn't see anything in the dark. I waited like that for what felt like an hour, but the sound eventually faded. I never fired. I didn't move until the sun started to rise. By then, I'd made up my mind. I was going to leave. I packed everything into the car that morning, not caring if I left some supplies behind. The food, the water, I just shoved the basics into the back seat, tossed the rest onto the cot, and got ready to go. But when I went to start the car, the engine didn't turn over. The battery was dead. It didn't make sense. I hadn't left the lights on. I'd only started the car once all week just to make sure it still worked. It had started fine then. I popped the hood and checked the terminals. They were connected. No corrosion. Nothing obvious. But the car was dead. I was stranded. I thought about walking back the road I'd come in on, but it was nearly 10 miles to the nearest main road, and even then I wasn't sure if I'd get help. I didn't have a signal, no way to call anyone, and only enough water for one solid day of hiking if I rationed it. Still, it was better than staying another night. I filled a backpack with the essentials, strapped the rifle to my shoulder, and set out. The forest felt different that day. Too quiet. I kept stopping every few hundred feet to look behind me, convinced I'd hear footsteps or see movement in the trees. The path wound down through the woods, twisting in a way that made it easy to lose track of direction. I knew I was going the right way, but I felt like I was being watched the whole time. At one point, I stopped near a ridge and saw something off to the side. A small pile of rocks, stacked carefully, deliberately. 3 stones balanced on top of each other. That wasn't natural. Someone had made it. I kept walking faster now. By afternoon, I started to feel the weight of the pack and the heat of the sun. My legs ached, and my water bottle was nearly empty. That's when I saw the trap. It was a snare made from wire and fishing line, hidden between 2 trees just off the trail. I wouldn't have noticed it if I hadn't stopped to pee. The line was thin and looped low to the ground, tied to a bent branch ready to spring. It wasn't for animals. It was set too high for rabbits and too low for deer. It was meant for a person. I cut it with my knife and kept moving. As I got closer to the road, I saw something else. Footprints. Not mine. I followed them with my eyes and saw that they were circling mine. Whoever it was had been tracking me, staying just out of sight. They'd been behind me the whole way. By the time I reached the road, the sun was going down. I didn't know which way to go, but I followed the road west, hoping to find someone or a gas station. Eventually, after another mile or 2, I saw headlights. A truck. I ran into the road, waving my arms like a madman. The driver hit the brakes and rolled down the window. It was an old man, maybe late 60s. He looked me up and down and didn't say anything, but he let me climb in. I didn't explain much, just told him I needed help and my car was dead. He drove me to the sheriff's station another 20 minutes down the road. I filed a report, but there wasn't much to go on. No evidence of a break-in, no damage to my car. I showed them the fabric I'd found, the snare wire I still had in my pack, even the partial print by the cabin. They took no. I had been looking for a break for a long time. Work was burning me out, and the city noise had started to wear down my nerves. I needed somewhere quiet. I didn't care about luxury, I just wanted space, air, and time away from people. That's when I found the cabin. It was listed online, buried deep in a classified ad. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small wooden cabin up near the Idaho-Montana border. The listing said it had no internet, no phone signal, no TV, and limited electricity from a solar panel system. The owner said it was perfect for a week of deep isolation. That was exactly what I wanted. The drive took almost 10 hours. The last hour was on a dirt road full of dips and potholes. There weren't any other cabins around, at least not that I saw. I passed a small mailbox with a number on it and a red flag sticking up, and just beyond it, a narrow gravel path led down a hill and ended near a small clearing where the cabin sat. It looked old, but not run down. Wooden porch, one window in the front, and a short stack of firewood off to the side. The roof sagged slightly, but it looked dry and solid. Behind the cabin was thick forest that stretched into the hills. There was a narrow creek that flowed maybe 30 feet behind the back wall, just wide enough to splash in, not deep enough to swim. I parked my car off the trail and walked up with my bag slung over my shoulder. There were no locks, no keys, just a wooden latch on the door. Inside, it was about what I expected. A small bed, a fireplace, a little stove, some canned food on a shelf, and a couple of chairs around a table. There was a single solar-powered lamp and a hand-pumped water sink that pulled from a well. That first day was peaceful. I unpacked, made a small meal, and sat outside on the porch while the sky turned orange. The air smelled like pine and wet earth. I slept better that night than I had in months. The next morning, I walked the trails behind the cabin. They weren't marked, just worn paths through the trees. I took my time, not in a hurry to be anywhere. The trees were dense but not suffocating. Some were tall pines, others were thick, knotted oaks. The ground was soft with fallen needles and dry leaves. I followed the creek for a while, stepping over mossy rocks and ducking under low branches. I found animal prints near the water, deer, maybe raccoon. I kept going until I found a broken fence post and what looked like a collapsed treehouse in the distance. I didn't go near it, just noted it and turned back. The cabin had a strange silence to it. Not uncomfortable, just still. No hum of electricity, no cars in the distance, not even the whine of a mosquito. Just the soft flow of the creek, the occasional creak of old wood, and the breeze in the trees. I sat out there for hours sometimes. I read, I journaled, I cooked simple food. Felt good. But on the third night, something woke me up. I didn't know what it was, just a feeling. I opened my eyes, and the room looked the same, dark and still. The small solar lamp was off. I had to use my flashlight. I listened. I thought I heard a sound outside, something soft. A shuffle? I held my breath. It stopped. Probably an animal. I went back to sleep. The next day, I found tracks near the creek that didn't look like the ones from before. These weren't hoof prints or small paw marks. These were boots. Not hiking boots like mine, bigger with a thicker sole. They weren't fresh, but they weren't old either. I followed them a little ways until they vanished into the rocks by the water. That afternoon, I decided to chop some wood, just to pass the time. I went out to the pile beside the cabin and used the small axe the owner left behind. The tool was dull but usable. I must have spent 2 hours at it. When I went inside, I realized the door was slightly open. I was sure I had latched it. It wasn't windy, and the latch was stiff. Took a solid push to open that door. I stepped inside carefully. Nothing looked moved. I checked my bag, my journal, the canned food. Nothing gone. Still, it unsettled me. That night, I stayed up later than usual. I sat by the fire inside, writing, listening. The trees outside made soft cracking sounds, the way old trees do at night. The creek was still flowing, but I kept glancing at the window. I didn't see anything, but I kept glancing anyway. The next morning, I woke up to something odd. The firewood I stacked the day before was scattered. Some of it was further from the pile, almost like it had been kicked. Again, it could have been an animal. A bear maybe, but there weren't any claw marks. The axe was stuck in the stump where I left it, but it was tilted weird, like someone had tried to take it and gave up. I was beginning to feel less alone. I kept telling myself not to panic. This was the whole point of the trip. Disconnect, be uncomfortable, clear my head. I wasn't used to nature. Maybe this was normal. Still, I checked the door twice every time I came or went. I stopped going out at night. I kept the flashlight beside my pillow. On the 6th day, I walked back to the creek and followed it again. I wanted to check if those boot prints had returned. They hadn't. But as I walked upstream, I saw something hanging from a tree branch over the water. It was a rope. Not a noose, not tied to anything, just a length of frayed rope dangling like it had been cut. I stared at it for a while. It swayed slightly in the breeze. I didn't touch it. I turned back. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing things outside. The floorboards creaked once, and I froze. I didn't move for an hour. I kept thinking someone was walking around the cabin. I shined my flashlight out the window and didn't see anything. But I was sweating, my mouth dry. Every gust of wind sounded like movement. I woke up early the next morning before sunrise. The forest was dim and cold. When I stepped outside, I saw footprints again. Not mine. They circled the cabin. One set, deep tread, same size as the ones by the creek. I followed them around to the back. They ended by the trees. There was a spot in the grass where someone had crouched or sat. It was flattened. I felt my stomach drop. I packed my bag and decided I would leave that day, even though I had one more night paid for. I didn't feel safe, but when I turned the key in the car's ignition, it just clicked. No engine, no cranking. The dashboard didn't light up. I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood, checked the battery cables. I don't know much about cars, but the cables looked like they had been pulled loose. Both of them. Not just popped off, but bent back. Someone had done it. On purpose. I started sweating. My heartbeat got loud in my ears. I stood in the clearing, staring at the edge of the forest. Nothing moved, but I felt watched. I went back inside, locked the door, and shoved the table in front of it. I kept the axe next to me. I didn't sit down. I stayed standing. Every sound outside made me flinch. A bird flew past the window and I nearly dropped the axe. The sun moved slowly that day. I didn't eat. I didn't read. I just waited. I checked the windows over and over. I didn't see anyone. But once, I thought I saw movement near the trees. Just a flicker. Maybe nothing. That night was the longest of my life. I kept the lamp on and didn't sleep. I sat on the bed, facing the door. Every now and then, I thought I heard something near the porch. Once, I heard what sounded like slow footsteps, but I didn't check. I didn't even breathe loud. I just stared at the door until my eyes burned. When the sky finally got light, I opened the door and went straight to the car. I had a knife in my pocket and the axe under my arm. I reconnected the cables, just jammed them back on, and tried the ignition again. Clicked a few times, then finally turned over. I didn't wait for it to warm up. I just drove. I didn't look in the mirror. I didn't stop. I didn't care about the bumps in the road or the scraping trees. I drove until I hit paved highway, then kept driving until I saw a gas station. I stopped there and sat in the car for almost 20 minutes before going inside. I didn't tell anyone anything. What would I say? Weeks passed before I started to feel normal again. I kept thinking about who it was, why they didn't try to break in, why they cut the car, why they just watched. I thought maybe it was someone who lived in the woods, someone who didn't like people near their land. Maybe they were just trying to scare me off. If that was the case, it worked. I never went back to the cabin. I didn't leave a review. I didn't message the owner. I just left it behind. But every once in a while, I think about that spot near the creek, where the boot prints ended and the grass was flattened. I wonder how long they were there, watching, waiting. I don't think they meant to kill me, but I don't think they would have helped me either. And that's the part that still keeps me up. I wanted to get away from everything for a while. Not just work or people or the city. I wanted to be far from anything that made noise. I'd spent the last 6 years in the middle of busy offices, crowded streets, and shared apartments. My head felt full all the time. It wasn't about burnout or some crisis or a breakup. I just needed silence. Real silence. I thought I could find that in the woods. I found the cabin on an old online forum about off-grid living. Some guy posted about renting it out for cheap to people who wanted to disconnect. No real photos, just a few taken with a flip phone or something. But I didn't care. I wasn't going for the luxury. The location was deep in a forest in northern Minnesota, about 6 miles from the nearest gravel road. You had to leave your car at the end of a logging trail and walk the rest of the way. That was part of what made it appealing. I brought only what I needed: canned food, water filters, a basic toolkit, a knife, a hatchet, batteries, a solar charger, and a sleeping bag. The cabin had a wood stove, a cot, a table, and that was about it. No electricity, no plumbing, no cell service. I didn't even bring my phone. Just a GPS unit to mark the trailhead and the cabin's coordinates. The first few days were exactly what I wanted. Quiet. Nothing but the wind in the trees, the birds during the day, the occasional squirrel scratching on the roof. I spent most of the time sitting on the porch, reading or just staring at the woods. I made a fire every night and cooked beans or soup. I used rainwater I'd collected or filtered stream water when I needed it. I chopped wood from the deadfall nearby and stacked it beside the stove. My days started and ended with the sun. It was a pattern that made me feel human again. It was on the 5th night that things started to feel strange. That day, I'd gone farther than usual, exploring a dry creek bed about a mile northeast of the cabin. I was looking for deer tracks just to pass time. I had no intention of hunting, but when I got back, I noticed something was different. The door to the cabin was cracked open. I was sure I'd closed it. I didn't lock it, I didn't think I needed to, but I always pushed it shut behind me. It had a heavy metal latch that didn't close on its own, so it took effort to keep it open. I remembered how stiff it felt when I first tried to open it. There was no wind strong enough to move it, and I was certain I hadn't left it that way. I stood there for a long time, maybe 5 full minutes, just looking at the door. I didn't hear anything inside. I looked around the clearing. Nothing was out of place. I picked up a thick branch from near the firewood pile and slowly pushed the door open wider. The cabin looked the same. I stepped in, heart pounding. Nothing was missing. My sleeping bag was still laid out. My cans were still stacked on the shelf. My backpack was right where I left it. Even the knife I kept by the stove was still there. I told myself I must have left the door ajar somehow, even though I knew that wasn't true. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone watching me from the woods. I kept the knife close and left the fire burning longer than usual. The night felt colder. The next morning, I found footprints. They weren't mine. I could tell because they were from different boots. Mine had a very specific tread, thick horizontal lines. These were narrow and straight, maybe from work boots or old hiking shoes. They weren't deep, but they were clear enough in the muddy patch near the creek just behind the cabin. At first, I thought they might be old, maybe from a hunter or someone who used the place before me. But then I saw that they crossed over the ones I made yesterday. That meant they were fresh. That meant whoever made them had been there after me. I stopped exploring that day. I stayed near the cabin, listening for twigs breaking or branches moving. I didn't see or hear anything. No animals, no voices, no footsteps, just the usual forest sounds, but I didn't trust them anymore. That night, I pushed a chair in front of the door and kept the knife in my hand as I laid in my sleeping bag. I didn't sleep more than a few minutes at a time. I kept waking up to every little noise. I started to feel stupid, like maybe I was imagining it. But the fear was real and it was growing. The next day, I walked around the cabin slowly, checking everything. I found more signs. Near the edge of the woods, there was a pile of pine needles that looked recently disturbed. It looked like someone had knelt there or sat down. A few branches were broken at head height, as if someone had been peering through them. It was right where you'd have a clear line of sight to the cabin's front door. Someone had been watching. I decided I needed to leave. I didn't care if it meant ending my trip early. I didn't bring a gun, and I had no way to call for help. If someone was messing with me, they had the advantage. They knew the woods. They were probably watching from the trees even now. I packed everything up and started the hike back to the trailhead. I didn't bother cleaning up the cabin. I just grabbed my bag and left. I only made it about 2 miles before I realized I was being followed. I heard the same footstep patterns behind me more than once, a few minutes apart, then silence, then the same pattern again. The forest was dense, so I couldn't see far, but I could feel it. Someone was behind me, staying out of view, keeping just far enough away not to be seen. I stopped and listened carefully. Silence. Then I walked again, slowly. I turned quickly once, hoping to catch them off guard. Nothing. I waited another 10 minutes, then doubled back a few hundred feet and stepped off the trail into the trees. I crouched low behind a fallen log and waited. I don't know how long I stayed there, maybe 30 minutes. Then I saw him. He moved through the trees slowly, about 20 yards from where I'd just been walking. He wasn't dressed like a hiker. He wore a torn black jacket, dirty jeans, and old boots. His hair was long and greasy. He had a large knife in his hand. He wasn't hunting. He was stalking. He didn't see me, but I saw him clearly. He passed through the trees, stopped near where I had turned off the trail, then looked around for a long time. He seemed confused, then angry. He sniffed the air like he was trying to catch a scent, which didn't even make sense, but that's exactly what he did. Then he moved on, heading deeper into the woods in the direction I'd originally been going. I waited until I couldn't hear him anymore. Then I moved, carefully, silently, back the way I came, toward the cabin. I had no plan. I just knew that going to the trailhead meant walking into a trap. He was ahead of me now. I had no weapon but the small knife I brought for food prep, and I couldn't outrun someone who knew the forest better than I did. I returned to the cabin around dusk. I was shaking the whole time. I kept thinking I'd see him standing there, waiting, but he wasn't. I stayed hidden in the woods until it was dark. Then I moved to the cabin and quietly entered. I barred the door with furniture. I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor with my back to the wall and stared at the door all night. I didn't light a fire. I didn't make a sound. By morning, I decided I couldn't stay another day. I spent the entire next day walking directly south. Not on any trail, just using the compass. I didn't care where I ended up, as long as it wasn't near that cabin or that man. I walked fast and didn't stop often. The woods were thick and I tripped a lot, but I kept going. I drank from muddy streams. I didn't eat. I just wanted out. I slept on the ground that night. No fire, just dirt and leaves. Every sound made me jump. At one point I thought I saw him again, far in the distance between two trees, but I couldn't be sure. I didn't sleep again. By the third day I found a road. It was barely more than a logging path, but I followed it, hoping it would lead somewhere. Around noon I heard an engine. I hid in the trees until I saw a pickup truck driving slowly down the road. I jumped out and flagged it down. The man in the truck was startled when he saw me, filthy and shaking, but he let me in. I told him I got lost camping. I didn't mention the cabin or the man. I didn't want to explain it. He drove me to a small town. I bought a bus ticket and went straight home. For weeks I couldn't sleep in silence. Every creak in my apartment made me sweat. I kept thinking I'd see him again. I got a lock for every window. I started carrying a knife everywhere. I went online to look up that old forum where I found the cabin listing, but the thread was gone. The account was deleted. I never found it again. I didn't even know who the owner really was. To this day, I don't know what that man wanted. I don't know if he lived out there, or if he had followed me from somewhere else. I don't know if he was just trying to scare me, or if he would have killed me. I don't know how long he had been watching me, maybe from the first day. But I do know this. There are people in the woods who don't want to be found. And if you go deep enough, you won't find silence. You'll find them, and they might already be watching. I decided to spend a few weeks alone at my uncle's old cabin up north. He had passed away the previous year, and since nobody in the family had much use for the place, it just sat there collecting dust. I figured it'd be good to get away from everything. Life had been too noisy lately. Too many calls, emails, messages. I was feeling like I couldn't breathe in my own apartment anymore. So I packed my bags, loaded the car with supplies, and drove the 6 hours to the mountains. The drive up was long, quiet, and mostly empty. I passed small towns that looked more like long-forgotten film sets. Most of the buildings were boarded up. Gas stations looked like they hadn't been used in years. The last 2 hours were through thick forest, and the road got narrower until it was basically just a dirt trail with potholes every few feet. Trees blocked most of the sunlight. I hadn't seen another car since I turned off the highway. When I finally reached the cabin, it was exactly how I remembered it from childhood visits. Old wooden planks, a rusting tin roof, one crooked porch step, and a smell like mold and burnt wood as soon as I opened the door. It wasn't anything fancy, just one big room with a small bathroom in the corner and a little side room used for storage. The The kitchen was open and connected to the main space. Everything was still there. The dusty couch, the rocking chair, the wood stove, and the small twin bed with the ugly green quilt. The place hadn't changed in 20 years. I set my bags down and started opening windows. The air inside felt heavy, like it hadn't been moved in months. I found a mouse skeleton behind one of the chairs. That was the first thing that made my stomach turn, but I cleaned it up and tried not to think about it. The first few days were peaceful. I didn't have service up there, which I wanted. I spent most of my time chopping firewood, reading old books, and sitting on the porch just staring into the trees. I'd wake up with the sun, make simple meals, and sleep early. It was calm. I didn't feel stressed anymore. It was the quiet I needed. But on the fourth day, something changed. That morning, I woke up to a strange sound outside. It was early, still gray out. The sound was soft, like metal scraping lightly against something. I sat up and listened. Came again from around the back of the cabin. I thought it might be an animal or maybe a tree branch scratching against the tin siding. I got up, put on my boots, and walked around the side. There was nothing there. No animals, no branches moving, just wet leaves and dirt. I stood there for a while, listening. Nothing. The forest was still. I chalked it up to my imagination and went back inside. Later that day, I decided to check out the storage room. I hadn't gone in yet. It was a small, dark space at the far end of the cabin. The door was always a little stuck, and I had to force it open with my shoulder. The smell hit me instantly. Damp wood and something sharp underneath, like old meat or wet rags. I pulled the string to the hanging bulb and looked around. There were a few shelves, dusty boxes, and in the corner, the old chest freezer. I had forgotten about the freezer. It was huge, one of those deep ones with the lid that lifts upward. I remembered being told never to play around it as a kid. My uncle had used it to store wild game after hunting trips. It had a few scratches on the outside and some kind of dried stain near the bottom. I tried the lid. It was sealed shut. I yanked harder, and it groaned open slowly. Inside, it was packed with ice. But something was off. There was a thick black trash bag sitting on top of the ice. It looked half frozen, as if someone had shoved it in while the freezer was already running. The bag was bulging, like something solid was inside. I stood there for a long time just staring at it. My first thought was that maybe it was meat. Maybe my uncle left it there and forgot. But then I realized this freezer hadn't had power for over a year. There were no extension cords running to it. It wasn't even plugged in. That didn't make sense. I grabbed a stick from the corner and poked the bag. It didn't give way like meat would. Felt harder, more solid. My stomach turned again. I closed the lid and backed away. My heart was beating fast for no reason. I left the room and didn't go back for the rest of the day. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the bag. What was in it? Why would it still be frozen with no power? I tossed and turned until I finally gave up and got up around 3 a.m. I lit the small kerosene lamp and sat in the rocking chair. The forest outside was silent, too silent. I had this feeling like I was being watched even though the windows were dark. And then I heard the sound again, the scraping. It was quieter this time but steady, metal against metal, like someone was slowly dragging something sharp along the siding. I stood up and turned off the lamp. I didn't move. I listened hard. The sound circled the cabin. Soft steps on the porch, a faint knock near the door, and then silence again. I didn't open the door. I didn't even breathe. After about 15 minutes, everything was quiet again. I stayed frozen in that chair until the sun came up. The next day, I tried to convince myself it was an animal. Maybe a raccoon or a bear sniffing around. I kept repeating that in my head even though it didn't make sense. Bears don't walk quietly around a cabin at night and scratch at the walls with sharp objects. I thought about leaving, packing up and driving back to town. But I told myself I was just getting paranoid from being alone. I hadn't spoken to anyone in days. No phone, no music, no distractions. Maybe I was just imagining things. I decided to stay one more night. That was a mistake. That evening, I took one of the old axes and placed it by the bed. I kept the lamp lit all night. Couldn't sleep. Every creak in the walls made me jump. Around 2 a.m., I heard the storage room door creak. I know I had shut it. I even remembered jamming a chair under the knob, just to be sure. But now I was hearing it move. I got up slowly and took the lamp with me. The chair I had placed against the door was tipped over. The door was slightly open. I pushed it wider with the end of the axe handle. The freezer was open. The black bag was gone. I didn't see it on the floor. It wasn't on the shelves. It was just gone. There were wet footprints on the wooden floor, leading out of the room. They weren't mine. They were long, bare footprints. The heels were deep. Whoever or whatever made them was heavy. I followed the prints out into the main room. They led to the front door, which was wide open. I didn't hear it open. I didn't hear anything. I stood there staring into the night, holding the axe, heart thumping like it was going to break out of my chest. The forest in front of me was pitch black. I couldn't see anything past the porch, but I felt something watching me. I didn't dare go outside. I slammed the door shut and locked it. Then I pushed the couch and table in front of it. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When morning came, I packed everything I could and got ready to leave. I threw everything in the car, didn't even eat. I just wanted out. But as I walked back inside one last time to make sure I hadn't forgotten anything, I noticed something on the bed. It was a pair of wet footprints on the mattress, as if someone had been standing there watching me while I slept the night before. That was it. I drove as fast as I could down that broken dirt road. I didn't look in the rearview mirror once. I didn't stop until I reached the first gas station 2 hours away. I called the local sheriff's office when I got home and told them everything. I told them about the bag, the freezer, the sounds at night. They said they'd send someone out to check the place, but I never heard back. A week later, I saw something on the local news. A body had been found near a logging trail not far from the cabin. It had been there for a while, wrapped in black plastic. The details were vague, but they said it was likely a murder victim. No suspects, no known cause of death released. The article said the body had been preserved unnaturally well, despite exposure to the elements. I didn't call back to say anything. I didn't want to be involved. I didn't want to know more. I just wanted to forget. But I still think about those footprints. On the bed, inside the cabin, on the floor. They were dry when I found them in the morning, which means they were made after the rest of the floor had dried. Someone or something was still in that cabin after I closed the door. Still in there when I locked it. Still in there while I sat frozen in fear, waiting for sunrise. And worst of all, I still have no idea where that freezer bag went, or how it got out. I never went back. I never will. I needed to get away from everything. That was the main reason I booked the cabin. No one pushed me to do it. I wasn't on the run. I wasn't trying to escape anything specific. I just felt tired. Tired in a way that sleep didn't fix. The past few months had felt like a fog. Not depression exactly, not anxiety. Just a constant low-level exhaustion. I felt out of place in my own apartment. My routines didn't help anymore. Waking up early, making coffee, answering emails, getting some exercise. It all felt like I was just going through the motions, and every day bled into the next. I decided to find a place far away from the city. I didn't want anything fancy, just something quiet and isolated where I could reset. I didn't want phone calls or neighbors or traffic sounds. I started browsing rental listings and found a small cabin about 4 hours away, deep in the hills of northern Idaho. It wasn't listed on the big platforms. I found it through a niche website for off-grid stays, and the description caught my attention immediately. It said the cabin had no Wi-Fi, no cell service, no TV, and it sat about half a mile from the nearest dirt road. Just forest and hills all around. The pictures showed a small wooden structure, dark brown siding, a sloped tin roof, and a little chimney poking out the top. Inside, it had a wood stove, a small kitchenette with a propane burner, a bed, and a wooden table. It was basic but clean. The listing said there was a water tank that gravity fed into a small sink and solar panels to power a couple of lights. That was enough for me. I booked 2 weeks. I told a couple of friends where I was going, left a spare key with my brother, and packed a few bags. I brought dry food, cooking gear, clothes, a battery-powered radio, a few books, a notebook, and some tools. The drive out there was long. It was early October, and the trees were already turning gold and red. I passed through a couple of small towns, then followed a gravel road that turned into a dirt trail. I had to drive slowly for the last 30 minutes because the road was full of dips and loose stones. When I finally reached the small clearing where the trail ended, I saw the narrow footpath that led up to the cabin. I parked, grabbed my bags, and walked the rest of the way in. The air was cool and fresh. Everything smelled like pine needles and dry leaves. The trail climbed slowly through the trees. After about 10 minutes of walking, I saw the roof of the cabin between the branches. When I got closer, I saw that it looked just like the photos, maybe a bit more worn down but still sturdy. It was tucked into the side of a hill, surrounded by trees on all sides. The place looked peaceful, undisturbed. The front door was stiff, but it opened with a solid push. Inside, everything was quiet. There was no smell of mold or animals, just the dry, musty scent of wood. I walked around, opened the windows to let in some fresh air, and brought in my bags. I checked the water tank, it was full. I flicked on one of the solar lights, working fine. I tried the propane burner. It lit with a hiss and blue flame. Everything seemed in place. It didn't feel eerie or weird, just old and quiet, the way I wanted it. I spent the first 2 days settling in. I collected firewood, stacked it near the stove, unpacked my things, and hiked the area around the cabin. I found a narrow stream about 15 minutes downhill and a small ridge that gave a clear view of the valley. It felt good to be away from everything. No phones, no traffic, no city noise. At night, I listened to the radio and watched the flames in the stove. I wrote in my notebook, mostly random thoughts. For the first time in months, my head felt quiet. But things started to feel different on the third night. It was small at first, just a feeling, really. I was lying in bed, listening to the fire crackle, when I noticed that it had gone completely silent outside. No wind, no insects, no night birds, just total stillness. I thought maybe it was normal, maybe the wind had just died down, but the silence felt heavy, like something was waiting. I brushed it off and went to sleep. The next morning, I walked down to the stream to wash up and refill my bottles. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something strange. The firewood stack looked different. Not all of it, just one of the logs. It was one I had split myself the day before. I remembered it clearly because it had a knot in the middle that made it hard to split. But now it was lying in a different position than I left it. I thought maybe I had moved it without remembering, or maybe it rolled when I stacked it. I didn't think too hard about it. Later that day, I went for a longer hike uphill. I brought my small pack, my map, some food, and a compass. I followed the ridgeline for a while and found a few animal tracks. Deer, maybe elk. I took photos with my old digital camera. After a few hours, I turned back toward the cabin. The sun was already dropping behind the trees. I got back just before dark. When I stepped into the cabin, the door was ajar. Not wide open, just slightly cracked. My stomach dropped. I always locked it when I left, even though it was a simple latch. I stood still for a while, listening. I didn't hear anything inside. I slowly pushed the door open, stepped in, and looked around. Everything looked normal. My bags were in place. The stove was off. The windows were still shut. But then I saw that the notebook I had left on the table was gone. I looked around, checked under the bed, under the table, in my pack, but it wasn't there. I felt a sharp pulse of fear in my chest. I knew exactly where I left it, on the corner of the table right beside the radio. I sat down and stared at the wall for a long time. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept the axe near the bed and left the lantern on. I kept thinking I'd hear footsteps outside or a knock on the wall, but nothing happened, just the silence again, thick and deep. The next morning, I walked the perimeter of the cabin. I looked for footprints or signs of movement. The ground was dry, covered in pine needles. Not easy to track anything. But behind the cabin, near the trees, I found something. A broken branch snapped clean at chest height. It looked fresh, and right below it I found a boot print. Not mine. too wide, and the sole had a pattern I didn't recognize. My heart started beating hard again. I packed my bag and thought about leaving, but the trail was long, and my car was parked far away. I decided to stay one more night, just to see if anything else happened. I kept the axe closer this time. I didn't light the stove. I wanted to listen. I stayed still for hours, sitting on the bed, staring at the door. Sometime after midnight, I heard a sound. A soft creak came from outside, near the window. Then nothing. Then a tap. Not loud, just a gentle tap on the wall, like someone brushing their fingers against it. I froze. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I stared at the window, but it was too dark to see anything. The tap came again. Then silence. Then another soft creak, like a footstep on wood. I held the axe tight and waited. Eventually, the sounds stopped. I stayed awake until the sky turned gray. To first light, I packed everything. I didn't care if I left food behind. I threw everything into my pack and left the cabin. I walked fast, checking behind me every few minutes. When I reached the trailhead, I saw something that made my legs go weak. On the back window of my car, drawn in the dust, was a smiley face. Just 2 dots and a curved line. I hadn't noticed it before. I didn't put it there. I drove away fast, bumping over rocks and turns. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest town. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't want to explain it. I just said I cut my trip short. I got back to my apartment and tried to settle back in. But the feeling didn't leave. I kept thinking about that cabin, about the missing notebook, the different boot print, the tapping, and the smiley face. A week later, I checked the rental site again. The listing was gone, not marked as booked or unavailable, just completely removed. I searched the website, checked my browser history, but the page was gone. I still had the confirmation email, but the contact email listed bounced back when I tried to reply. It was like it had never existed. I never went back. I still don't know who was out there. Maybe it was someone who lived off the grid. Maybe someone else who found the cabin before I did. Or maybe someone who thought I was trespassing. I'll never know. But the part that stays with me most isn't the sound or the footprints. It's the fact that whoever was out there, never tried to hurt me. They could have, but they didn't. They just watched, moved things, waited, as if they wanted me to know I wasn't alone. And then they let me go. That thought still keeps me up sometimes. I decided to rent a small cabin deep in the woods of northern Minnesota. I had been living in the city for too long. The noise, the people, the rush. Everything was starting to weigh heavy on me. I needed to be alone, away from everyone, to clear my head. I found this place listed online. It was a small log cabin about 4 hours north of Duluth. It sat about 3 miles off a forest road and was surrounded by thick pine and birch woods. The pictures looked peaceful. Just trees, a fire pit, a small wooden porch, and a nearby lake. I packed light. A week's worth of clothes, some canned food, a cooler with meat and eggs, a first aid kit, my knife, and a portable radio. I didn't plan on using my phone much. There was no reception anyway, and I brought along 2 small solar panels and a battery pack to keep my light and the radio charged. The drive there was quiet. I stopped once for gas and again to grab a bag of ice. When I turned off the main road onto the gravel path leading into the forest, it felt like I was leaving the rest of the world behind. The trees got taller and thicker the further I went. The air started to smell different, cleaner. That soft pine smell reminded me of childhood camping trips with my uncle. After what felt like an eternity of driving through the trees, the cabin appeared ahead. It was smaller than I expected. Just a single-story structure with a tin roof and a chimney. No neighbors in sight, no traffic, nothing but trees and the sound of wind and birds. I parked beside it, got out, and just stood there for a while, breathing. Felt good. The first 2 days were perfect. I spent my mornings walking by the lake. The water was cold and clear, and I'd sit on a log with my coffee and watch the sun break over the trees. The afternoons I spent reading on the porch or exploring the area. There were trails nearby, probably old logging routes. In the evenings, I made small fires, cooked simple meals, and listened to the radio until the sun dropped and it got too dark. The silence at night was unlike anything I'd ever felt. No cars, no talking, just the occasional rustle of wind or some small animal moving through the brush. The first night, it was calming. The second night, it was too quiet. I didn't sleep well, waking up a few times, unsure what disturbed me. I kept thinking I heard something moving outside. I told myself it was probably just a raccoon or a deer. On the third day, I woke up with a strange feeling. I'd left my boots just outside the door, and when I stepped out that morning, I noticed they were turned around. I remembered placing them with the toes pointing toward the woods. Now they were facing the cabin. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe I just misremembered, but something felt off. I brushed it off and went about my day. But that evening, while walking by the lake, I saw something that made me stop. Across the water, maybe 30 or 40 yards through the trees, I thought I saw movement. A person, just standing behind a tree. It was hard to tell. The light was fading. I stared for a while, waiting for more movement, but saw nothing. I walked back to the cabin faster than usual. That night, I didn't sleep. I left the lights off and kept the curtains open just a bit so I could see outside. Every small sound made me flinch. I lay still in bed, listening. At one point, around 3 in the morning, I heard what sounded like footsteps on the porch. Slow, careful, then nothing. I didn't move. I just stared at the ceiling until the first light of dawn crept in through the window. I stepped outside as soon as it was light enough. The boots were fine. The porch was fine. But I noticed something in the dirt. Faint footprints. Not mine. I hadn't walked around that side of the cabin since I arrived. I looked closer. They were shallow but wide. Maybe someone wearing boots. They circled the cabin. I wanted to leave, but I told myself it could have been an old footprint from a hunter or a previous visitor. The forest was public land after all. Maybe someone was camping nearby and wandered too close. I tried to convince myself of that. On the fourth night, it got worse. I was sitting inside reading, with the lantern on and the curtains pulled. That's when I heard something on the roof. Not wind, not leaves, something solid, slow, like someone crawling. I turned the light off and stood in the dark, holding my knife. I waited, listening. The noise stopped after a minute. I stayed in the center of the cabin all night, away from the windows. At sunrise, I climbed up onto the roof with the small ladder stored in the shed. The tin panels were slightly dusty, but near the edge, there were faint smudges, like palm prints. No animals I knew had hands like that. I walked to the woods behind the cabin and stood for a while, scanning the trees. That's when I noticed something strange. About 50 yards in, there was a branch low to the ground, bent in a way that looked intentional. I walked over and saw a faint trail, not one I had made. It wasn't cut or marked like a hiking trail, just a subtle, narrow path, trampled grass, broken twigs, slightly pressed soil. I followed it, slowly. Every few steps I stopped and listened. The trail went deeper into the trees, winding slightly. After maybe 5 minutes of walking, I saw it. A small makeshift shelter. Not a full cabin, but something built with sticks, tarp, and bits of scrap metal. It looked like it had been there for a while. There was an old rusted cooking pot, a pile of firewood, a blue backpack leaning against a tree. I stood there for a while, heart pounding. Someone had been living there. I looked around but didn't go inside. I didn't touch anything. I turned back and walked slowly to the cabin. I packed everything quickly. I stuffed my clothes into my bag, grabbed my food, my knife, and my radio. I was about to lock the door when I saw something sticking out from under the porch steps. I bent down. It was a crumpled cigarette pack. I don't smoke. That was it for me. I walked fast, almost ran down the trail to my car. I threw everything in the back seat and started the engine. As I backed up, I looked toward the woods one last time. I didn't see anything, just trees. But I knew someone was out there, watching. I drove the entire way back without stopping. That night, in my apartment back in the city, I locked the doors and checked every window. I kept thinking about that shelter. about the sounds on the roof, the footsteps, the cigarette pack. That person, whoever they were, had probably been watching me since I arrived. Maybe they had been living there before I got to the cabin. Maybe they never left. I reported what I saw to the sheriff's office in that county the next day. They took it down but didn't seem too surprised. I got the feeling that wasn't the first time someone had reported something like that in those woods. I never went back to that cabin. I tried to forget it, but sometimes, when I'm alone, I still think about that night, that soft sound on the roof, those prints in the dirt, that faint figure behind the trees, and I always wonder how close they really got to me while I slept.